perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who won it? No problem. We mobbing. In the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping. Throwing rage, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Word like me, had them stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes still trying to have that price. In the yo, cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays, dudes never had that fight. When the first bill, better burst your pipes, pipes.
how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is will you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when the punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is will you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. In the belly of the beast, there were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition, living everything I dreamed of, doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection, ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back, spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem, we mobbing. In the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping, throwing reds, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life?
كالفيل دامج وحاول تضغط على
فعل وبالمخطبوط العراق موجود معانا ليخلص بالفعل تواجد الاي سبورت
تكسر الوضع تاع اوبا حاليا على خرج لوحده بالصراط
هذا الليد لم يكن في مكان مناسب. سيكتور يا سيكتور يا سيكتور يا سيكتور.
Welcome to the final day here in the PMPL Arabia Finals. My name is Highland Wolf, and oh boy, have we got six matches for us to go here. And if you haven't already, keep in mind using the hashtag PMPL Arabia to shout out your favorite team for our final six matches, as we say, on YouTube, on Facebook, on TikTok. Use the hashtag PMPL Arabia because it is now or never for all of our 16 finals contenders. But it's not just me on the desk, of course. This time, though, I'm joined by, once again, the wonderful Monica. Monica, it's been a hot minute since we've been on the desk together, and what a time to come back.
Yeah, we had about 5 days in a row that we casted last time we were together back in that season, or that third week of League Play and Super Weekend. And man, these teams, they have really revved it up for the finals. If you guys remember the last couple of days, yesterday especially, Team Falcons, just every single match, just on top of their game. I think their worst match was that last match where they got fourth place with 0 eliminations, and that really goes to show if your worst match is 8 points, then you're doing something really, really great. And you know, their worst match is even better than some of the best matches of some of the other teams in the lobby.
Look, Falcons were on fire, Monica, but these other teams also need to match that. And what better way than to energize themselves with the Monster Energy Drink, the official energy drinks partner of the tournament for PMPL Arabia. Monica, we have now only today, as we say, for all of these teams to get those points. What are we kind of expecting coming in through from yesterday for these new people just watching?
I want to see GEEKAY rev it up. This is a team that throughout the league play, right, they were just dominating every single weekend. We had certain days with 5 matches, and they were winning 2 or 3 per day, right? And this time, they're only sitting at 3rd place. They're about 50 points below Falcons, which is kind of surprising for GEEKAY. So where GEEKAY maybe is falling a little bit shy, it's allowed teams like Team Falcons and R8 to really rise above them. So I'm thinking that top 1 to 3, we're going to see some changes today, as people might be targeting Falcons for performing so well.
Look, as we say, 1 day to go, and what better way than to show that with our calendar, of course. If you have missed all of the competition, well, that's in the past. Today is the 23rd of July, and it has been a very, very big and exciting 3 days, I think, Monica, is what we can say for all of our 16 finalists. And I think also, to be fair, it isn't just a calendar, but also the prize money that we also have to talk about here, because it is the last opportunities, we say, for all of those teams to be able to reach that amount.
Yeah, it's felt like a whirlwind of action, right? It feels like it just started, right? So this left-hand side, this is all the money that's already been won so far in the tournament, but really that right-hand side, Highland Wolf, that's what everyone is really, really going for now, this last day.
Look, I mean, $10,000 is nothing to scoff at for these teams, on top of whatever they've been able to earn already through all the past winner chicken dinners. But it's that right-hand side that really counts. And I think, to be also said, Monica, it's Falcons, yes, in pole position, but with 6 matches to go, there's not just them. You mentioned GEEKAY, but the likes of R8 have also had a phenomenal day one. Are we likely to see that once more?
There actually is only 25 points in difference between R8, who's currently in 2nd, and 1st place, which is Team Falcons. So, I mean, that's one good game, right? If R8 is able to win a match, get a decent amount of eliminations, Team Falcons, maybe they go out a little bit too early and don't really get anything, R8 will be right there with the Falcons. We're going to have a close race for that 1st place.
And all of our 6 matches, of course, can be found here from Erangel, Monica, starting us off through, again, Miramar, Sanhok, twice over for the end of the day later on. And I think, to be said, it's always an important thing to note for the finals, Monica, that it isn't very Erangel focused. We mentioned this on day one, and I think these changes have been evident in the teams that have found that success and who are finding that more fruitful opportunities in the other teams.
It's definitely much more mentally draining to be playing 6 matches instead of the 5, right? Going into that last one, you're like, "Ooh, it's Sanhok," right? It's really one to end it off with so much action as we see. But this is definitely the most balanced of the days we've seen this entire tournament. just in the finals, having it balance like this 2 of the maps per day versus before we'd have maybe 3 Erangel, 2 Miramar, or 3 Sanhok, 2 Erangel, stuff like that. So this is gonna really show which team is the best and most consistent across all maps.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, we've got the likes of Falcons, of the big dogs such as GEEKAY now stepping up, but it's also important to note that there is still the defending champion too, Monica, NIGMA Galaxy, who for
Mhm.
these finals haven't really performed as, I would say, highly as we kind of expected them to. We expected NIGMA to come in with a bit more flair than what they've showed.
Yeah, the best match that they had yesterday was a 19-point match, right? And this was they ended up in, I want to say, fourth, fifth, somewhere in there with a lot of eliminations. And unfortunately, that wasn't quite enough because they had a lot of matches yesterday. They went out in 0 points or just not quite enough. So to see them at, only sixth place in the overall, it's pretty disheartening.
Yeah, and to be fair, not only them, but teams such at the bottom is, we talk about the likes of YALLA and 4K, but as we check out, of course, our overall standings, which we are able to show you here before the first game, Falcons, as we mentioned, in the top position. And while we're here, Monica, GK, you also mentioned to me before actually the stream started that they're together back into Riyadh.
Yeah, I spoke to the team and you're just asking them, "Hey, what are the feelings? What's the vibe going into finals?" Right? They're like, "Hey, we're boot camping literally in person with our coach. We're analyzing, we're playing our tournaments, community scrims." And I think that really goes to show synergy, right? It's
Mhm.
very hard. A lot of the teams, especially in this kind of mobile world where we're playing globally, maybe you've never even met your teammates or you've only met them
Yeah.
once, twice, 3 times, and all your communications are online, which, I mean, if you are, the communications in person, there's so much more, cues, so much more synergy to be had. So I think GK, they definitely one of the highest level synergies of all the teams in this lobby.
And you can see it work out for them, that third position, but it is the
Mhm.
likes of those below and also OOREDOO Funders, NASR, SKYROCKET, these other teams that we are still talk about climbing up that leaderboard into that first position potentially today. There's a lot of work to be done by them. And then you have that dark horse of POWR Esport. And I know
Mhm.
Imperium is all on that hype train for POWR.
I remember day one we were talking about how do you pronounce the name of this team. Is it POWR or just power sort of thing? But they're definitely showing us a whole lot of power as a that dark horse, as you said, and now just really contending actually over a team like NIGMA Galaxy that we would expect to do much better.
On that second page as well, Monica, where the rest of these teams maybe aren't vying for that highs of 168 points of Falcons, but still are looking for what is, keep in mind, our top 10 places in these finals, Monica, going through into the MEA Championship later for the full season and joined up by the other 6 representatives from Africa. So the top 10 is where the border really lies for the next qualification in terms of getting to the higher tournaments, and triple in that location.
Triple actually yesterday, what they're kind of saving grace from staying at the very bottom of the standings was in match 5 yesterday in Miramar. They actually won it, right? With 15 eliminations. Sorry, I think that was actually it was match 5. It was so much action. And it was, I mean, this was a team that was just straddling that bottom 15th, 16th the entire time, was able to jump up into that 10th position, and being in that top 10, being able to qualify for regional finals is a great bar to set themselves up at. But they are only 3 points above the only one, above Major Pride. So they're not quite in the clear yet.
And I think for all of those teams, such as the only one, right, Major Pride, very hot on their heels. So in third, the only one actually a slight bit of an improvement, I would argue, from yesterday, considering that yesterday a few of those teams on that second page, Monica, were struggling, but now up into what that could be contending spots.
I want to see more from YALLA. They were in 15th
Mm.
position, right? Just shocking going into, I want to say, the going into day 2. They had an amazing game 1. Ended up 3rd place as a solo, had a decent amount of eliminations. They won the second one with a huge amount of eliminations, super aggressive at the end of that Miramar match. And then after that, they only got about 22 points in the 4 matches for the rest of the day. So they just kind of coasted the rest of that. Like, we put in our work at the beginning and then just didn't really do anything. So they only jumped maybe 1 or 2 placement points overall.
And as Imperium would say, it's that kind of flip flop of which type of YALLA are we going to get. And hopefully we can see them improve alongside 4K at the bottom of that leaderboard. But if you at home want to have your own success, of course, well, then why not join the H5 event with the sponsor Iraq football team that we have going on at the moment, Monica? With to show respect to the Iraqi people, this is the first time that we collaborate with the Iraq football team. And as we say, you can get in-game items using the H5 event launch on the 22nd of July. Don't forget to follow the community tournament of the Iraq football theme from the 19th to the 25th of July, Monica. And to be fair, we talk about wearing the kit representing your team, representing those colors all the time. Why not do it now? Why not get on in game and get the rewards?
Definitely get every single item you can get from the game. Now, I did ask Imperium this yesterday, and I want to ask you. We saw the photoshopped PUBG Mobile player into the football team, right? What position do you think he would be playing?
Ooh. That's a hard one. See, for me, I would, if I was gonna Photoshop it in OK Monica, I would go for like the forward, or I would go for like a striker. 'Cause you want like something flashy, right?
Something flashy. Imperium said goalie because he had a level 3 helmet, so in case the ball came whizzing at him, he could, protect himself. So all in good fun. But PUBG Mobile, football, great collaboration.
Look, I mean, also to be fair, if you aren't maybe into football but into something else as well, Monica, why not do a bit of a musical themed reward for yourself? And well, what better way than to join the Blackpink concert too? And of course, this is the return to Blackpink to PUBG Mobile and for its first virtual concert in the world. And if you register in game and watch the concert online, which will run from the 22nd to the 24th, and I believe from the 29th, yes, to the 31st of July. So that is where we'll have the 2 runs of the Blackpink concert for you guys to jump in and watch Blackpink live from in game.
I was making fun of Imperium yesterday because he didn't really know the hype about Blackpink. Are you a Blink? Are you a fan of Blackpink?
Look, I believe like Blackpink, is that not from like really kind of this more Asian music, but like Asian pop, like Asian kind of more modern style of music that we're seeing? Because I know the kind of Korean music is all hitting up recently too.
Yeah, I think you're looking for the word K-pop.
Yeah,
So
K-pop, yeah.
Blackpink, this is the second collaboration that they've done. I remember years ago they did it with PUBG Mobile as well. But let us know, guys, who is your favorite member of Blackpink, and we'll hopefully see you in the virtual tour.
And of course, before we get into our first game, Monica, we are just revving up the engine of our plane to get on into our first Erangel. It is giving us a bit of time to talk more about the teams. And I think also we talked about, sure, the top couple of these teams. But I think when it comes to the veteranship of a few of those lower teams, such as NASR, I would argue, Monica, they've been quietly rising through the tournament of these last 2 days. Now, they didn't have that great a result day 1, but coming after day 2, they're suddenly now in the top 8.
Yeah, they definitely had they're kind of flying under the radar. I think a lot of these teams, for example, when I think of NASA, when I think of NIGMA Galaxy, who are in very similar spots on the overall ranking, that kind of top middle pack, it's like I don't have very memorable moments for them. They're just kind of getting decent points every game, but nothing too flashy, right? So nothing really to write home about. So I want them to just get that little extra, boost of energy, right? Maybe chug a monster, right? Just for this last final day of finals.
And you talk about these teams that you say, Monica, okay, yeah, they're kind of flying under the radar. Who is like your dark horse team? Because I know Imperium is POWR, but for you, who would it be?
I don't know. Triple Esports surprises me time and time again. I think back in I want to say it was Super Weekend 1 or 2, right? They just kind of stole the show. They just won a lot of matches. They just performed really, really well, and they were actually one of the top teams on the standings. They kind of took a dip in the 3rd week. They just kind of barely made it right through the Super Weekend into finals. And after seeing their massive win yesterday with 15 eliminations, the potential is there.
Yeah, and I mean the potential there for I think a lot of these different teams, and that also being the likes of OOREDOO Thunders. For me personally, I would argue is surprise the dark horse for these finals. Still currently sat there inside the top 5 moniker, and very much in a dominant position in day number 1. A slight dip in day number 2. Can we see them though come back for our final 6 games?
They have a tough, especially Erangel setup because they drop into the military base on the southern island. If the circle is going to be on the main island, they're funneled into either the two bridges, which, if they go on the western side, there's Conqueror right there to hold them, right? If they go on the eastern side, they have SKYROCKET sometime going over to those Novo crates and might be rotating at the same time as them. So they're already Erangel as like a little bit of an iffy for them just because of landing on that far extremity spot.
And you talk about actually Conqueror being there to block them on the bridge, actually, Monica, and something that I think, if it is the time for any of these teams to pull it off, is actually deliberately taking advantage of someone else's position and trying to kick them out the game early. It is now 6 games, as we said, to go. Falcons, they've not got a massive lead, Monica. R8, these teams below, could look to try and take out Falcons early, potentially here in Erangel for Yasnaya Polyana.
This is why finals is fun, right? Because yes, we saw them play for 3 weeks, and sometimes it's good to preserve some of your really, really good strategies. For example, like you said, Falcons, right? Really, really well at dropping in Yasnaya. They may have a certain rotation where they identify, let's say, Road to Glory drops above them in Severny, right? If they know the exact rotation Road to Glory does, I would have saved it, right? Don't do it before finals, but camp them on a road, debilitate them in finals where the points really, really, really do matter. If they had done that in the 3 weeks prior, obviously Road to Glory would have been able, okay, that's a mistake going down this way. We have to do something completely different, and then Falcons wouldn't have that easy elimination to start the match.
I mean, Road to Glory, another one of those teams as well, Monica, who need those extra points, may try those secretive strategies in towards our final 6 games. And I think a comfortable playing path for the most part shouldn't really create too many problems for too many teams, although those who like to drop in towards that ferry pier, such as Conqueror, also those around the Quarry Primorsk side, may have to do a bit of traveling here.
This is interesting. We have SKYROCKET. I kind of alluded to this, right? They usually go to that North Georgia Pole side, but looking at the plane path now, they know, hey, nobody goes Noble. I would say they go kind of 50-50 in North Georgia Pole and Noble crates, at least in the last while. So setting up this way, OOREDOO Thunders, I would urge them to, be able to identify, hey, looking over to my left, I'm seeing 4 parachutes come out of the plane at around the same time as us, fly in that area. They have to know SKYROCKET is here, and it might kind of change your decisions later of how to get on this main end as we see that first circle pop on up.
A tricky first circle as well, Monaco. It's split apart from Sanhok military base in towards kind of its more mainland part of Erangel. So still a question is there of where are we going to see our final couple of zones later on in this first game. It's all going to be, I think, these teams really focusing on the bridges more so in this early game. But for that down south side, it is already SKYROCKET taking the first 2 away from OOREDOO, finding those first 2 knocks.
Really surprised that this happened here. I think we had a duel over OOREDOO Thunders dropping for a vehicle spawn a little bit too close to the bridge side. They had to have seen, or maybe they were just a little bit too comfortable, right? And that is also something you need to be aware of in finals. Like, hey, we drop here every single time this entire tournament and never had any sort of disruption from another team. And now they just weren't, caught with their pants down, and SKYROCKET Salam is going to be taking advantage of this. It looks like we got, actually, is that 2 players? Actually, 1 player knocked, but I mean, that one does not. He's a little bit too far away to give help.
And we saw SKYROCKET do this to enemy teams in the first day as well, Monica, actually, when teams did try to contest them on the first Erangel game of the finals. And once again, proving that SKYROCKET aren't to be trifled with on this south side. Gonna score the first elimination. There comes the second in due course, and Smoker will be removed out of the equation. And for the rest of OOREDOO, this is a awkward first game start for them because, as we said, they're in 5th position. They still need many more points to get up into that top pole position.
And if you look at the overalls, you said OOREDOO Thunders is in 5th, but SKYROCKET, they're in 8th. but the point difference is only 11 points. So this is a huge. Yeah, look at that. Just AKM, Iron Sight. That's literally telling me that OOREDOO Thunders just thought they were just completely in the clear, running in the open towards this house, and it was. I mean, it was just easy picking the SKYROCKET.
Oh, but it was so beautifully done as well. It's so quick and decisive by SKYROCKET. The rest of these teams finally beginning to get into their own positions. R8 heading down towards that quarry side, as we said. Also, Conqueror have now made it down to that more westerly bridge. Up towards that northern side, still the likes of Major Pride, very comfortable. Each of these teams not really wanting to go for those crazy camp you very early on strategies, Monica. I'm hoping we get to see a bit more of that craziness later on, because I'm a bit concerned if teams just kind of fall down and lay dead in the final few matches.
We're like action.
Exactly.
We want to see as much as possible. I know it's very easy for us as the eyes in the skies and the viewers to want this from them, but these guys, I mean, this is money that they're playing for. This is their reputation. Between first and second, we have about $3,500. So one costly mistake could be a $3,500 mistake.
That's fair. But for us, Monica, we're like that emperor in the Colosseum in Rome, and we're just looking down at our subjects, and we're wanting them to create the action for us, and we want them to create the entertainment. We've got to be patient, Monica. We've got to calm down a bit, because it's still in phase 1. I know. And for us, at least, we've got like the duo together of the zones. I know Imperium was also worrying about us casting together, because we know how the zones also like to go in a more dastardly direction.
I did miss you yesterday, because the 2 circles in Miramar, they weren't quite in Los Leones, but they were definitely just, a foot outside of the door. I'm like, where is Jake? Where is Highland Wolf to see this?
Yeah, I mean, I was watching like a bit of it on the Miramar matches, so my like essence was still there, Monica. Don't worry, I've got you covered.
The vibes came through the TVs, and the players are like, yeah, even when Highland Jake isn't here on the casting desk, we're still cursed with all these Los Leones circles.
Look, I mean, if we start to see Highland Hills and towards Gatka Fields zones for our next 2, or at least the next Erangel game, I'm starting to feel a bit like it's cursed for all of these players when I'm casting. I've got to be honest, Monica.
Well, fortunately, this circle, it is setting us up for a farm, lumberyard, shelter-ish circle, so they don't have any risk of it being a Gatka 1. We're starting, though, to see GEEKAY starting to rev it up. They're still in Razak, and something I really like from GEEKAY is and Falcons, actually, they stay... They don't panic, right? They see the circle, it goes a certain direction. They still leisurely staying on the edges, which you can really do in maps like Erangel and Miramar. Not so much Sanhok, but they don't commit to anywhere until that 4th, 5th hard shift. And then they kind of come in behind these teams. And we saw Falcons do that time and time again yesterday, and it really proved well for them.
Yeah, as well, it's important to note that some of the other changes from the finals and rotations and beginning plays was actually that of R8. Now, R8 used to also drop in towards that North Georgia pole side. That plane path did go in towards that location, but it's actually crucial to note that because 90th minute aren't playing here, Monica, who would usually take up that quarry, more of that Primorsk area, it opens up that entire southeast or western quadrant for R8 to be able to play on and not really be contested. And not only that, but then avoid Major Pride in rotations like these, where the zone is opposite direction to that North Georgia pole end.
Definitely opens a lot more opportunities, because going down on that area, remember that insane split that 90th minute used to have, sending one onto the military base, the other 3 on the main island.
Now it's
However, but it's still the same idea, where if it's a military base island, you got the boat rotation, boom, you're right there. If it goes north, you just hug that western side, a lot more options, versus going up that North Georgia pole, you're having to rotate through Major Pride, through YALLA eventually, for SKYROCKET, they come that way as well, and even POWR in the Gatka area. So down here in the quarry area, there's only CONQUEROR right next to you, and after looking at the overall standings, CONQUEROR, they're not doing so hot right now.
And for CONQUEROR, at least they are camping one of these bridges. However, a lot of these other teams also have made these quicker rotations in towards those core locations to cross into the South Island, knowing that it could shift there in phase number 2. So the only one, as we can see from NIGMA, have already taken up this peninsula on their main south point of the mainland side itself, whereas also you've got now 2 teams on that Eastern Bridge 2 moniker, where Twisted Minds and Triple D are vying for that position. So all of these teams, knowing that that shift could swing in towards the south side, but still in a position to come back up north if need be.
I like the priority from NIGMA Galaxy to vacate Pachinki and at least get a foot into a little bit closer in the center. Remember, we saw from league plays where they would sit in Pachinki until 15 minutes well after the bell has already rung, and they're just waiting there forever, and all these other teams able to rotate around them. So here I like that they, at least, hey, let's get out of the city, let's put ourselves in a position where we can rotate, especially with this next one coming back on the main island, and focused a lot more on the farm, shelter, lumberyards area.
It's certainly a big shift indeed. Now you're really looking towards teams taking up those more Potato Hill locations, could be stolen by the likes of NIGMA. If not, then you look at teams coming in. So that being Conqueror, also POWR, even Major Pride, all coming in from that more westerly direction. But also you have to note that there still is Crucial Hills moniker on the eastern side too. So those later rotating teams such as YALLA and RTG here, as you can see on this eastern end, still have many options available to them to settle down in these higher locations for the information on those lower down below them on that more south side of the map.
Uh-oh, we got YALLA coming over into the, what do you call this? We call it Walmart.
Oh, I call it a museum. America. This is what we used to call it. I mean, it's an expensive Walmart, that's it, for sure.
That's a bougie Walmart that we got going on here. a new pilot store we're going here, but it looks like YALLA is going to be the one living in this expensive business, because Road to Glory, they're gonna find a different way in. I think that kind of that ed strat, if you see a team in front of you, you have all the room behind you just to back on up, continue to rotate and find an easier entry into the next circle.
And that also being RCG. For now, just staying quiet for the meantime. The rest of these teams still, again, just going to be continuing that location of setting up in this phase 2. Going to have a very slow and controlled, I think. However, beginning of this first game moniker, no team really wanting to go out, make those mistakes, such as OOREDOO Thunders, who are also, by the way, rotating through that more westerly bridge, a much slower rotation because they only have those 2 players. They have no right to rotate through that eastern bridge, so that naturally will hinder them also coming into the zone. They're going to have a lot later time into the zone, and that means also less information and less power in that zone later on as well.
I like how you pointed that out, because some of these teams who made the more initiative to come up on the main island first, SKYROCKET, they've been sitting here from Noble for almost since the beginning of the game. So they definitely have a lot more information than, say, if OOREDOO Thunders were able to come out right now. However, Triple Esports, they've been here longer, right? This is their backyard. They drop in Milta right within the city, but they have one a little bit soloed out, laying prone by the gray box crates over on the side of the road. And SKYROCKETs, I'm not sure if they're aware that they're currently being surrounded by Triple Esports.
It is crucial that we didn't open that fire, Monica, because if Triple open that fire, SKYROCKET begin to notice it can begin to set up a location around Triple. Also, Triple are slightly further away from that Milta city, so teams coming down from that more northeastern end could have potentially rotated there if Triple hadn't noticed that. So assuming that players could also be behind them, maybe would create that awkward pinch. So you see the likes of those teams and those enemy players of 4K slightly above Triple, which could create more issues.
We have everyone really jam-packed into the center, beyond R8, behind all of them. But you see in the miniature map now, OOREDOO Thunders, you said they had no right on that eastern side. But the circle, oh my goodness, Highland Wolf, it's come down to the farm area on that far western side. So look at the crunch now. Everyone in their vehicles, and for everyone right on that edge of that northeast East, I'd be very, very cautious of rotating in because every single hill, every single rock, there's going to be some team set up already.
And a difficult position, Monica, of rotating through that beach side as well for so many of those teams coming from that eastern bridge. Going to be so dire for them. Triple, rightly so, have made that immediate push in with the third phase. They've caught out the one member of SKYROCKET. They'll be down to 3. So will NIGMA is said to try to control a position more centralized and will be punished by those surrounding players for it.
These teams are playing a little bit scared because we see SKYROCKET instead of, one got knocked instead of the other coming in, maybe joining, maybe the other two a little bit too far. But let's hop real quick. NIGMA Galaxy finally coming in from the coastal lines. We have Ali tossing a grenade coming down to the sides, and we have a very, very messy fight right now with casualties on either side as Or jumps out and finds the knock himself.
Oh, and NASR are trying so bad, but they can't get into the house. And unfortunately, NIGMA just outplayed him and baiting him into that location. Then they had to jump down. They found the third elimination into the fourth, but here comes also Major Pride, who have been eyeing up that location. It's a slow beginning of an entrance in. And NIGMA have spotted the aggressors, but will Major make that big dive on in? Yes, they will. And Raouf has to be the one to defend it. Is already 3 players surround a location of Raouf. Freak is still down, and it's a 3v4, and Hamodi nades Raouf, making a 2v4 because it gets even worse. It's a mistake. The beginning of the crumbling of NIGMA falls down. The wall will fall down to only 1 in the fence is there, and Major Pride. It should be a clean fight. GEEKAY sure are on the outskirts, but it's all Major.
Man, the biggest mistake here was that self-nade of Hamodi onto his teammate, right? And now, I mean, you highlight even before this tournament started, this is one of the most aggressive regions that you have ever seen. And look, it's GEEKAY revving their engines to come in third party as well and get a little bit close to get a piece of the cake.
And Major, they tried their best to dive on in. Yeah, sure, they're going to lose 1 knock, but it's going to be only a pity prize for NIGMA because they get no points whatsoever. Let's check back. Of course, the replay of OOREDOO as well, who rotated later on. They thought they could be free in that western bridge, but Ari was still camping there, and they cleanly punished him through in the 1 vehicle. Ari, keep in mind, still holding that more westerly south position as it did shift more towards that farm location. But the next shift is going to shift even further towards the farm. And we're going to have a full-out warfare on who can farm up the best.
I think today's opposite day, Highland Wolf, because this circle, I think this is the 3rd consecutive time it's just gone on the clear opposite side of the circle. So it's these teams are like, gosh darn it, we have to over-rotate once more again. But I think this is really giving it to teams like 4K, like Road to Glory. They're right in the center of the circle, already set up, having the information, and these teams on the way edges. I mean, there's not a lot of room in the circle anymore, and there's barely any hard cover to be had.
Falcons getting inside of one of those hard cover points. Will lose out on a member for the meantime, but should be getting back up, no problem. Yusef is far away enough from the utility of GEEKAY to make that count. The rest of Falcons still to come down too, but not going to have to worry too much. It's more of these later teams rotating in. So R8 maybe making that extra push onto Conqueror, forcing them into that uncomfortable position of teams. But mainly that northern side, Monica, Major and POWR still yet to come into that zone, and wrapping behind Falcons could really create some problems for the top team.
Conqueror, I believe this is their first time they've really been set up well within the circle. We have the snake compound just a little bit north of R8, and this is why it's so hard to have fights, especially where, hey, we're down to 13 teams, right? It's so congested here. To have a full-on fight, you're just garnering all the attention. You're just asking for somebody to third party onto you. So you have to be a little bit more strategic on your fights, right? Not overcommitting so much that leaves you open in the back way.
Major were very hesitant to go down onto Falcons. They didn't want to come down the hill, and POWR, same story for them, and they will instead find each other in their own fight regardless. But no knocks so far just yet. Milky Way does go down to half. The nade through from Lahe will be sent further in, but Aziz will almost go down alongside Milky Way for an equal 1-for-1. Still all 4 players up alive as Yem looks for the bait on the shots, but POWR will not fire forward.
It's definitely a strategy of this region. Just send one in a car wide right into the middle or in the faces of the other team just to get them to shoot at you and get the information of where exactly these players are staggered at. However, both teams, they know now is the time they need to rotate as the blue zone is coming in now. Power a little bit ahead of the punch to disengage, and this leaving Yan out in the back end side, about to get knocked, but able to get away by the skin of his teeth.
I won't be able to find a cheeky knock off the end of it. Major Pride still keeping all 4 players alive, but the damage is done, Monica. Power, they out-rotate Major, and now you can see there's absolutely nowhere for Major Pride to come, but this absolutely open hill downstairs, and Falcon are already there in a position. They've already got a rock behind them, but they need to take it quicker than that, because there's also the likes of RTG focusing on them. You can see 4K will even find Milky Way, and it's a disaster for Major Pride as they're gonna fall one by one away. Yes, sure, they get powerful, but Nomi has nowhere to run.
I'm questioning the spot that Major Pride has stopped in, because it's literally in the middle of the field. They're stuck right in the halves of Falcons. I think it was really just no information whatsoever, nowhere to go, and they're just gonna pick a spot and just hope for the best. So leaving Nomi once again. This happened yesterday a lot as the only player, as actually him and YALLA Saeed working together to get that knock.
They do take away one Shiki of Al-Hahe down, but won't find the elimination. Nomi is in a absolutely dire position still. The zone going up to them makes it almost worse in a way, because you want the zone to go away from this solo player. Every player now coming up towards Nomi only makes it more difficult to try hold that position where you are in the open. You're slowly going to run out of that utility in terms of smokes, and once they disappear, it's likely so will Nomi too.
GEEKAY just a little bit closer to Falcons than the only one. They've had a little bit of a higher upper ground as the only one. I mean, this is a time where everyone is looking to their sharp right and left around the corners of the circle to find them. R8 putting them maybe a little bit too early of a rotation, sending a duel up ahead and getting a lot of damage from these players. But can they carve out a spot as we see Major Pride out in 13?
Only one gonna maybe be the first one of these teams to look for that position. They make a very bold rotation indeed, straight in to what will be potentially the center of that zone. If they can make it all the way there, they make it in. Now into the farm location. RTG are there on top of them, so are Falcons. But Falcons, one knock maybe allows them some leverage. But GEEKAY on the back foot too will be able to find them. But it's the elimination fee, the power, which will fall. Now joined by the only one is they will lose their members.
GEEKAY kind of wisely rotating around Falcons, just trying to find an easier entry, but I mean, there's nowhere really to hide. They got a rock and a car, right? They're all spread out, not really much cover at all, just hoping for the best that some other teams will not find them. However, we have Mohamed. He's going to be putting down and getting flushed out as well. I mean, this is Falcons' Yusuf. He's able to get the revive onto Damar, but they're laying on the pain this time onto GEEKAY.
You can see how difficult it is, Monica, for these teams to make a position forward if they don't have the likes of a Wizard Tower or a building such as RTG's, because it is so open. There is little actually cover in the way of even trees or rocks, so it's now the typography of the land, and you're trying to utilize those hills, those little crevices that you've got in between those dips to find that cover, because there is nowhere else for them to go, and R8 will make that big push onto the Wizard Tower. They will search for one of the only buildings. They will breach on into RTG, but RTG's defense is too strong. They keep themselves alive for now. Find one of R8, find the second, as either will also fall away. Now RTG find the third, and it will be a disaster as well for R8 in this game, as he cannot breach down. At least we'll find one from Bandar, but it's too little, too late on the side angle.
Man, R8, I mean, valiant effort from them, but I mean, to try to crash it, you can't go inside because Road to Glory there, and everyone else in the circle around you are shooting at you too, so lose-lose situation for them, but it was the only option that they had. A Road to Glory having the only little bit of hard cover as the circle comes onto them once again. I mean, they are setting themselves up so well, as everybody needs to run in the open to try to get into this next.
Big shift, Monica. It's gone back into where R8 were. I mean, dire times for R8, if only they had known. But alas, it will be RTG to still secure that location up, and looks like a very RTG favored game. The rest of these teams on more of that eastern side. POWR, YALLA, all down to a solo player, and they are going to make that more slower rotation in as SKYROCKET, at least with two, at least with a vehicle, will search for one, but they're going to trade out each other. As Sanji, with the help there of also Alahahe, will find the extra of SKYROCKET.
I think SKYROCKET's spending a little bit too much time rearranging the cars to rotate in. You saw that little bit of a blunder. I think it's going to be costing them now because 4K has been able to get up a little bit ahead of them now and are going to be looking behind them, preventing them from getting in. SKYROCKET Salam, though, RIP, they're too stuck behind a corner using their smokes and using them maybe a little bit too early because they can't take that into the late game as a duo.
7 eliminations though for SKYROCKET. They've done a lot of work to be able to get into that location already. 4K as well, up to those 5 eliminations we saw, and still with the full squad. So 4K potentially have more options here to make a push in. Twisted Minds down to 3. They begin to line up the vehicles to create that wall for themselves. The smoke as well to block away here RTG, who are continually searching for those eliminations, already up to 10. They'll find even more as they will at least be able to get rid of Salam, but there is nowhere to move from there. RTG have them pinned.
This second floor of the Wizard Tower is the greatest advantage that Road to Glory has here because everyone else is going to be focused onto each other and they're able to third party and seal up as many eliminations as they can. Twisted Minds, though, not long for this world as they're out in 4th position from the likes of the only one. Actually, 4K.
Yeah, 4K picking up the extra eliminations for themselves, but look at the knocks. Twisted Minds will put so much damage in as the blue zone coming in the absolute worst time for them. RTG, surely they have this game in the bag. Ziad is just going to smoke it up for a potential 2nd position. Will heal away one more time. At least 4K have the hillside, so they may still be able to garner a 2nd position. But they're all on the edge, and it's about where this zone goes away from everyone. Maybe buys the opportunity for 4K here if they can grab all 4 players back up to make that rush in like RTG will have to do now, as the comfort of that Wizard Tower isn't there anymore.
4K, they have a little bit of a downhill slope on the other side, their tiny little hill, so it's allowing them to get the reset. But Road to Glory, this is their game to win. They're just coming in all confidently, smoking it up so no one can shoot them while running out in the open. But I mean, if I was 4K, you want to take a 4v4 fight against Road to Glory or pick out the solo that is Zayad. So I mean, that solo, he wants to outlive the other players, but it's a 4v4 versus the one solo out in the blue.
4K stepping forward, making their mark inside of the zone. Will almost be there. Ziad is still alive though as well. Crucial about where that solo player fires down upon. Could turn the tables on this next fight. 4K going to send out the nades as well. Have 2 more left in the pocket of 1 at least onto RTG to hold the edge forward by them over the top of the hill, but the smokes make it so difficult for them to see the locations of those RTG players.
Dropping his backpack, every extra thing that he has, because now is the time to blend. Playing prone, he's gonna be creeping on a little bit, but I mean, it's the nades. It's the perfect crate drop to replenish the utilities of Vote level 3, everything, preparing him for this 4v4 fight to end the match. But I mean, this is the calm before the storm, Highland Wolf, as everyone is just waiting for someone to make the first mistake.
RTG very hesitant to walk over that hill and make that potential mistake. 4K may have also find Ziad, but their Aram will spot one. They stepped up for Ziad, but the damage may have been done there already because RTG were able to strike down. They find a second with the nade, and Volt's nade could be the crucial swing in this game, and they're already executed. Half the 4K's crew away. Master Anaconda are the only ones remaining. They may just try to survive, may try to get one more elimination point or 2 here, but RTG, they have the firm advantage. 4K slipping away into the blue of this game.
This is the battle of the bottom of the leaderboards. 4K currently in 16th and Road to Glory over 13. Whoever can win this one can secure their spot a little bit higher. Road to Glory, they're all kind of clumped up onto each other. 4K a little bit more spread out, but the fight does ensure, and it's a 2 versus 3.
4K, those the end of the line for them. They lost the 1, they lose the 2 in RTG. They take the victory for this first game. A needed victory for RTG here to be able to climb up that leaderboard moniker to get into that top 10. But 4K too, getting that second position, both puts them in a favorable position for the first game of the day.
We saw Road to Glory having huge moments of glory a couple weeks ago in that second league play and second week of super weekends where every single Sanhok, remember, it was their game to win. And now they've kind of proven themselves on Erangel, and what a way to start off the final day of the finals.
Look, if the rest of RTG, 4K, they can keep this up moniker, they're looking like they can get high up on this leaderboard for that prize money for that position into the EMEA Championship. But there's still 5 more games to go as we check out those match rankings. So released the first, RTG, the 30-point game for them to start off this final day of the tournament. 4K up into 21 points. The only one, no two. Getting that 13 points, Monica, that was crucial, because if we looked at the start of today, those overall standings, they were in that 11th spot to try brush into Triple's 10th.
They have matched now the biggest game yesterday from a team that won was Triple Esports in match number 5 yesterday, getting the chicken dinner and 15 eliminations. Road to Glory has now matched that. So a 30-point game, really a great way to set their momentum for the rest of the day if they want to try to get up in that top 10 regional finals spot.
No, I mean, also the likes of POWR, the likes of R8 being able to get those eliminations on board too. Also, as we check out that second page, however, Monica, FALCONS down towards those 4 points, NIGMA getting those 4 points. And for quite a few of those top teams in the leaderboard, not really the first game that they were looking for.
I want to say, so FALCONS, they're, clear margins into first place, right? Only getting 4 points. However, the team right below them, R8, they also didn't have that great of a game. We saw them just at the bottom of the first page. So 5 points from R8, 4 points from FALCONS. That first and second hasn't really changed that much. And also GEEKAY at the bottom. So this is really where the top teams did not perform well here. The bottom teams are really able to, are given the opportunity to shine.
Yeah, I mean, YALLA being the only outsider of that, really. So YALLA really needing to step up in this next game. Also, though, it wasn't just YALLA who made those mistakes. It is important to note that we have seen that pressure really affect a couple of those teams. And NIGMA in that game, Monica, it really did go wrong for them.
It was setting themselves up. They won the fight, before, right? And then it was just, I think it just fell to pieces as Major Pride, crumbling under the pressure, self-nading their own teammate, right? And it just went from bad to worse.
And they gotta, as we say, pick it up for Miramar, which will be next. And Monica, it's about, can they keep that consistency up from the others? So on the top, as we check out our best opera moments and get to see a bit more of the poor NIGMA finish. Unfortunately, they did cut it, so we don't get to see the embarrassment of NIGMA. I was expecting, honestly, that they would show it, because I feel like that's a thing that a replay team kind of does, or like they kind of show. It's always the vehicles, isn't it, Monica? They always catch the words vehicles.
I mentioned it yesterday because every single time you're at the beginning, you're just like, oh, we're gonna cut to a quick replay from a different angle we didn't catch on the main screen. It's just like, like a 2-second vehicle wonder. I'm like, every single time, if you even hit a pebble and your wheel kind of goes spinning, it will be caught on stream.
I mean, we saw some crazy vehicle plays. Like, we saw 360s, we saw a few flips, we saw an upside down party bus in the first day. If I get to see that again, I'll be matched in my happiness to see the failures of these teams when it comes to the vehicles, because it's still comical, to be fair. I still like a good vehicle crash.
We saw some gliders as well. I saw a car drive past the glider yesterday, and I was really hoping. I saw it parked on the street, but no, they didn't actually use a glider. I was like, there's a glider right there, and then they just drove past it at full speed, and I was like, oh man.
Look, I mean, if we get to see gliders today, I'm a happy man, but we got to wait until that second game to find out, as we'll take a short break there, and we'll be back with the Desert Twins once again. Welcome everyone back to the final day here at the finals of the PMPL Arabia full season. Myself, Wolf, and Monica joining you for all of our remaining 5 games here. But it wouldn't be just us without, of course, the phone down below. The upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. Monica, it's now time for Miramar once more for these teams. You told me we had some exciting things when it came to Miramar yesterday. We better see the same things again. You can't tease me like that.
We have this running joke that every time Highland Wolf is casting, it's gonna go Los Leones, right? And we had some almost outskirts of Los Leones circles yesterday. Okay, so just because we had those yesterday, Highland Wolf, I want to see something different. I want to see some crazy of Miramar. All the players like, Monica, please stop talking right now. We'd like a very central Los Leones nice circle, please.
Look, I mean, Falcons looking very strong indeed, as they are, of course, up to about 172 points. Was a little bit of a hiccup in that Erangel game, to be fair, also though by those teams down below. So they still keep their lead ahead of those other teams. As now also POWR are going to be taking that 100 points up to 4th position for themselves. On the other hand, though, NIGMA, they too needing to get up to those points still to make it up to that century mark as well. Is not only them, but I think also the other really big team here that we're talking about, Monica, more so, could be the likes of those dark horse teams. Now, we talked about at the start of the day, likes of OOREDOO from myself, likes of POWR for also Imperium. Are we kind of expecting maybe these teams to show up once more?
When we look at the prize money, right? First place $10,000, second place $6,500, right? So it's from 1st to 4th. There's a big jump up in prize money as you climb one standing higher, and then below that, it's $250 per each one. So if these teams want to really exponentially grow their prize money, you need to get at least 4th and above.
Look, and down towards that 10th position, that's where they really need to get to, Monica, because as we say, that's where the cutoff is. Only 10 places for the MEA full split, for MEA championship for the full split, should I rather say, and the only one stealing that position away from CONQUEROR and also NASR there against triples. So these few teams who were there already out, because as you mentioned at the start of the day, and that still is the case, all of these teams in that second page fairly close together when it comes to points.
It's kind of shocking to see YALLA, right? They ended day number 1 right down at the bottom, not quite at the bottom, right? 15th position or so. And then yesterday they climbed up into what, 13th position or so, and now they've kind of regressed and fallen all the way to the bottom once again. So YALLA and the Major Pride right above them. These are the 2 teams that I am so shocked are bottom 2.
Yeah, and also the fact that 4K even climbing up there right in that one game, 4K coming into that Erangel, Monica, were in 16th position behind YALLA. So to now see them in about that 12th position mark, you can see how one good game really changes actually the effect of those leaderboard standings. And if 4K can keep that consistency up here at Miramar, maybe climb further.
It's a little harder to change those standings when you're at the top of the leaderboards, right? Because they got so many points, and one good game maybe puts you even, with the person right above you. But when you get to the bottom, where all the teams, they haven't really had that much points, right? We're seeing what was it, 66, 60 something was the bottom place. That's across what, 13 matches, if I'm doing my math correctly. So because the points are so low, it's so much easier to jump 3, 4, 5 placements with one good game.
Yeah, and you see that potentially also help the teams in terms of that mental as well, Monica, because if they are able to climb up so high in one game, they say, oh, well, we can certainly get into that top 10 in our next game. And keeping that consistency up, keeping that high mental, very important, especially when it comes to the momentum of this short-term tournament that is the finals.
A little light at the end of the tunnel, right? A little glimmer of hope instead of, hey, hey, we're so low that we have to get so many points in this next match or so. But to have, to at least start it, right? Like, let's get a good game, and let's keep piggybacking off of that, keep doing the good things that we did that caused us to have that many points, and then fix our mistakes.
Okay, now you told me also about the one location you wanted to see, like anywhere but Los Leones, and I know that like
Anywhere.
my love for Los Leones is clear. But what is not so much known is that I used to cast with a fellow called Professor Tarzan, and we always used to talk about the
Oh.
Oasis finish, Monica. Now, the Oasis, I've never been able to see it. Many Los Leones, fair enough. We've even seen the island towards the east. Not so interesting anymore. The Oasis, that's where the peak POWR quality is.
I remember they added it in the in like the first Miramar update, right? They added the Oasis, and for you guys who don't know, it's kind of the northeast of La Coparia, up in that area. There's just water as far as you can see. We have Los Leones, so it's still in the circle. Highland Wolf, I know Highland Wolf has some condo, right? Because it keeps going there. He just wants to keep going home up in that 5 stack on the edge. Is that where you live? Is that
That's
where
where my home is, Monica. I created residency there. Anyone in this game going there, it's a secret that they actually have to pay taxation in terms of ammo. So it's actually going to be them losing the ammo as the time goes on if they have the 5 stack. I'm only kidding. They don't actually lose anything, but they can have it rent free for only a specific time.
Well, hopefully your neighbors, OOREDOO Thunder, isn't the only one who do go to Los Leones will have some luck in this match. However, the playing path, it wasn't really favoring dropping Los Leones, so both of them are dropping right next to each other, going for the vehicles to try to drive in the city, and I'm hoping OOREDOO Thunders will have a little bit of a better start this game. Remember, they lost 2 way too early from SKYROCKET's last one, and they just went out in 16th position.
Oh yeah, and it's crucial that OOREDOO Thunders don't lose more players early on in this game, because that mental, as we said, coming in from that first game has to be remaining high for these final 5 games as teams, I think, begin to close up to the end of the tournament. It's crucial that these teams keep in mind that they can still continue to get that higher prize money. Yeah, sure, as we get fewer and fewer games, that top spot of Falcons maybe does become unreachable, Monica, but the prize money is always a factor right up until that last moment.
I think it's also the bragging rights, right? We were number 1 in PMPL Arabia, getting invited to every single community tournament in their region and events and everything, and everyone really, really looking up to them. So Falcons, quiet game from them last match, whereas we saw them completely dominating yesterday. I want to see them kind of bounce back.
Still fair enough, though, that they are in that top position, and it was unfortunate that actually the rest of those teams up in the top, Monica, couldn't actually capitalize on Falcons' early outing in that first game, because you also saw GEEKAY, you saw the likes of R8 all fall down on that second page, so they too need another good game to be able to bounce back, and to miss that opportunity, that's a big opportunity to miss, with Falcons not making many points, but neither you also.
Yeah, and we talked about OOREDOO Thunders before, right? They actually dropped from 5th place down to 8th because of their 0-point game in the last one. So, I mean, they're starting to get a little bit nervous, right? About to fall out of that top 10 regional final slot, because right now they're only 10 points above the only one who is currently sitting on that last 10th spot.
Yeah, if you are just joining us and are wondering why we're talking about the final 10, that is where the cutoff line is for the MEA Championship. So the top 10 will go through to the MEA Championship full season alongside the 6 African representatives later this year. So it isn't just about that number 1 position, Monica, of course. It's all about, sure, the prize money too, but even that later progression into the bigger tournaments, into what could be, if we are predicting the future, Monica, MEA Championship into the PMGC.
Oh, seeing the golden Murado come out of its garage, or garage, as you say, right? It's like something I want to point out here is a lot of times in PUBG Mobile, when we have PMPLs, any sort of different region, you want to conserve the information you're giving out to the other teams, right? You want to change your outfits. You want to, not be so identifiable. So, you have some of those huge players in a region where they always wear that outfit. If another team sees that outfit, like, oh, this is Team Falcons, like, 100% right there. And you want to not get that information, because if a team is paying attention to the elimination feed and sees, wow, Falcons lost 2, and suddenly I see that player in the distance, I know this Falcons right next to us only has 2 players I'm going to push. So I think it's interesting that they're a team that goes to Hacienda, they take that golden Murado, and that's a dead giveaway of who it is.
Exactly. Well, gonna have to see if Falcons can find that success. Like as you mentioned on that first day, the rest of 4K still finding that success from the first game. The momentum, I imagine, will be high. They are still coming in through from that Chumacera side. A little bit actually of a northern earlier rotation by 4K in this game. They usually like to stay more inside Chumacera itself for these first few minutes, but to try, I think, capitalize on a few of those teams moving across the road. Now, they have seen a few get that information for themselves, so even if they aren't even getting those eliminations that they're ultimately searching for, Monica, they're still going to be more informed into the amount of teams alongside that more open and dangerous expanse of the main road into Los Leones.
Yeah, I like it when a team is being proactive, right? Instead of, hey, we rotate to a certain spot, we know it's in the clear, everyone, AFK and just, chill out. With the best kind of teams, obviously they're not doing that on this level, but you might see it on kind of the lesser levels, the ones qualifying into this level. But everyone here, you get it into a spot, you spread out so all 4 can have different amounts of information that they can gather. And then the entire time you're spending, hey, I'm seeing our team rotate over here. I know 2 are set up on this mountaintide hilltop. And then when that next circle pops, like, hey, this side, this way, this rotation's not clear, or this way is, because I haven't seen anyone come that way yet.
It's about being proactive with purpose. I mean, you can see Falcons, one of these teams, trying to find that high ground as well in terms of the proactivity of the information they're going to be able to gather from this high hill. But you look at the way in which they are approaching it here, Monica, is they're approaching it from 2 different angles. So they get more information, but crucially understanding that R8 could be there too means that they can come in from a more devilish angle to catch maybe R8 out. As 4K will be caught out by Twisted Minds, as both of them along this roadside will finally catch fire. 1 for 1 for now, but it will be Twisted Minds losing that player indefinitely.
It's very interesting from Twisted Minds, the one who got that first knock in the open, getting the knock, and then even while still getting shot, he was dead set on getting this flush onto 4K. So that was going to be, I mean, it was really just over kind of committing to that flush and costed his team that. So kind of just traded himself for only 1 elimination. And I think he could have reserved himself to still stay alive, because he can do a lot more for his team alive than just, hey, I got that elimination point and now I'm done with the game.
Maybe panicking as well, right? Inside the open, feeling that 4K could turn around and find them anyways. So if they shoot up, at least be able to find a trade, Monica. Maybe that's what Twisted Minds were going for. But alas, right, as you mentioned, both of these teams down to 3 players, and 4K have gone for a very different rotation overall, and very early in towards even the Picardo westerly hill here into power grid. Very central position for 4K, and that confidence maybe coming off that last game to be able to say, we will just go straight in for a new rotation and surprise people with something we've not done before. Pays off for them at least, because in the second phase, it does catch them now on the edge, and to be able to move in, rotating further from here.
I want to highlight GEEKAY's spread. They could have just stayed in Picado the entire time, pull a NIGMA Galaxy, but they're all spread out on that hillside. No matter where that next circle was about to go, they had the foot in the door, one of their 4 players, right? So spread out on the hillside, getting a lot of information, and now with this circle a little bit more favoring on that northeast, they're going to able to come up together and really have control of that kind of southwestern side of this new circle.
His second phase as well, Monica, shifting away really from that southern end, means a lot more about the high ground versus that low ground going to be in play, rather than focusing on catching people out on these big open locations. So you are looking at still Picardo Hill being a big contender, but also Graveyard, and that hill over onto Graveyard will be a big spot that teams can capitalize on. So you can see here the positions of Conqueror, but also even GEEKAY alongside those hills towards the edge of that as well, will all be very powerful positions for teams to take up.
You mentioned your friend Professor Tarzan before, and I've casted with him too for a different region. And something he loves to always point out is the layers that are in Miramar. It's just there's so much more dynamic than in Sanhok, like in Erangel. You could be in this high upper ground, but hey, in the distance there's somebody on a mountainside, who drove with a vehicle all the way to the top that's able to look down upon me once more. So even though you may have, in your micro circle of where you are, it might be the best spot. If you look at the macro, if you look at the bigger spots there's so many more other teams that you have to be so much more aware of your weakness angle.
I mean, the highest one gotta be the RTG right now. We're sat on really those hills coming out of the main A road to Picado, so that really is the highest location. So that will be the Kings of the Castle. Yeah, sure, fair enough. But for all the rest of these teams, it is down, as you said, towards that more southern and that eastern side. Very, very varied in terms of who has that ultimate high ground position.
OOREDOO Thunder's looking over onto the only one. Actually sent one running for the hills right there. There's one player of OOREDOO Thunder's a little bit too close to the only one. And these are two teams that are constantly finding these early game engagements just because they both landed in Los Leones. So naturally they're going to be right next to each other on their rotates. OOREDOO Thunder is going to be a little bit more, I think, conservatively to try to make up for their 0-point game in the last one.
OOREDOO need to be able to make those points happen. Elsewhere as well, Monica, you can see some of these other teams such as YALLA making that bigger rotation in past the actually eastern side of Minas Generales and La Bendita Hill. Few other more interesting rotation zones of the action that we're searching for, at least between us two. 4K already inside Bacada and NIGMA. Not really a fan of these rotations. I think that teams can capitalize on both of these squads by being on the hills and punish their escape out of this compound, but it does provide some security, at least for the second phase for now. However, at that with NIGMA and 4K together, not as much as both of these teams were intending.
The difficult part about having a fight in Picado is that it's hard to come out of it, especially with the circle now coming off of them, and neither of them are in it. Yeah, GEEKAY, they've got that entry on the hillside. They've heard the shots in the distance where the city is, and it's all around the city of Picado. It's completely open. So to try to exit with a team like Road to Glory, with GEEKAY all surrounding them, it's kind of, you're stuck in like a black hole of quicksand at the bottom in the city.
Only one as well will lose out to what will be a solo here of GEEKAY, very far away from the rest of their team with Satan, but will prove successful either way. Gets the 1-for-1 and gets really what I believe was a more further phase 3, phase 4 position that GEEKAY were trying to establish, but that is now pinned down. It's already punished to spy them out, and all of them caught out in a position where they cannot really now move. At least they will have some sort of security for the meantime, getting behind a few of those buildings. It's the only one. Triple, both of them on the top of the man side, nowhere for them to hide. However, as a Luge needs to try and make the shots count, but can only find a 1-for-1, and that's not good enough for the only one.
I mean, it was good intentions having somebody on this high upper ground, but he literally got backed up into a corner as Triple Esports, though, really aggressive with this one. They're trying to clear out this mountainside because they know this is high, prime upper ground, throwing the Molotov into the direction of the only one, and it's going to be Zayat to back on up.
Push had a big nade though as well, took down NASR, so Ziad is the only one remaining. Another nade by Awaz will at least now buy some more time for Triple to be able to get those members back up. Crucially, is Push looks for the final one. Ziad making sure that they don't come up the top, don't find that surprise angle, but is Push going so low, it will be the 1-for-1 trade as Awaz has to come help, and they will be able to flush him away. The only one out in 16th position, but they could slow down their rotation here coming out of Los Leones, as they're still high up and no shots make them apparent to all of those teams such as GEEKAY below them.
Major Pride feeling the pressure of being on the bottom of the stand, and he's currently in 15th in the overall R8, though. They're sitting pretty comfortable on the second place spot. So, I mean, who can win out this engagement out in the blue zone? The circle is now closing up now. That third phase is starting to hurt just a little bit more as Frozen. This is not the time to get knocked, and his teammates are going to be scrambling to try to save him and get out of the situation.
All right, they've got a control of the hillside and made sure they're contesting with the blue here too. Phase 3 is already on their backs. They've already lost the front man too. And for Major, it only gets worse as SK Ton finds Milky Way from the opposite angle. And it gets now down to Yen as the only one to really come out of this alive. But don't see that happening. It's down to Nomi. Yes, the only player alive inside of that circle to have maybe a vehicle, maybe a position in the future. Yen maybe looks forward to revive, but don't think it'll be much. R8 will get away with it, and despite getting no eliminations, get maybe a position, but then Nomi, oh my days, comes back and finds a revenge against R8.
Oh man, these two teams just holding each other outside, and Major Pride Nomi, he's like, I'm not gonna let you get away after slaughtering the other half of my team and at least putting them in their place. So RA, I mean, I like how they prioritize getting in the circle. Like, hey, we don't want to waste any more time here, but looks like NIGMA Galaxy looking for some limbs onto 4K. Golden staying on the downhill side with the UMP. Does not get the knock that he wanted to as Lord puts him down onto his knees.
NIGMA almost lost Lord, but 4K, worst for wear, as Golden will be the one out. They're also Master, popped away by Lord on the back end. Now, only 4K, 2-1 player. Darwi stepping up, tries to find Freak, but there's just not enough bullets, not a bad enough position. And Darwi gets in the buggy, hops in for the drive away as NIGMA Rauf on the chase, but 4K already out of there inside the blue, taking down, has to come over the hillside. It's a slow getaway. Should be in time though.
This is happening in slow motion for Darwi. I mean, he's got a tire pop. There's going to be such a slow way on up here, but yes, Twisted Mind. They're just on the horizon looking for this elimination.
Oh no, Vigors, will they spot them? It seems like Darwi's on the behind, and that's not the time to crash your vehicle, Darwi. It's not the time to slow down the approach. Vigors is still there. They have spied him out. And Darwi getting behind any rock that they can on the opposite angle away.
Oh, man. I mean, he's just sending it right now, right? He's like, this is my only opportunity to get out of here. Let's hope they don't hit those shots as Vigors. I mean, he maybe landed just a little bit of damage, but maybe 4K Darwi can live for just a couple more minutes.
And the worst part is, Monica, they're not even in the zone.
No, they're not.
Zone shifted up towards the northeastern end, in towards La Bendita. Bold, by the way, rotation by Triple to actually go inside the crater, mind you. So they're not even going to have the high ground. They're going to just try to survive.
Yeah, it's kind of a black hole of you're in there. There's only really one way to conveniently drive your car out. Other than that, if people set themselves up around the crater of La Bendita, they're going to be shooting down at you, and there's no way to escape. And Road to Glory, they have no way to escape from NIGMA Galaxy.
Major Pride as well. Find the extra shots. Yeah, sure, they can be down to 2 players, Monica. They still got the eyes down on the eliminations. GEEKAY looking for her own fight, though, with YALLA on the surface.
Pampa, nade in hand, tossing over. This is kind of a sequel of the fight that happens in boot camp of Sanhok, as YALLA looks like Saeed is going to go down, and GEEKAY pushing up the aggression.
GEEKAY, Citan stepping in, looks for the front door entrance, won't be able to find it for now. YALLA already dead, already out of ways. The nades would land through. SKYROCKET flying through the air though versus Twisted Minds as the smokes catch out. SKYROCKET in between the rock side. They step back out, go for a reverse. So back onto Twisted Minds. They find one elimination. Dami now the only one, and Wilson themselves crashes the vehicle into the shed. Will try to go for it. Stands underneath it. This NIGMA also going to lose one Salam. Not quite done yet. Looks for a roof as they fire even more into the distance.
Circle right onto the edges of the crater to Major Pride as only 2. They don't want the heat coming out from the full man team of NIGMA Galaxy, but they are not quite within the circle either. 2 eliminations found so far from NIGMA Galaxy, and still quite a ways to go into this next circle as Falcons in the distance watching this entire engagement.
SKYROCKET still to move though from the outside. So on NASR as well. NIGMA all on this eastern end. All have to move in onto the zone, Monica. Major Pride have something else to say about it though. They send an nades in. NIGMA, they've got only one smoke behind them. and there's nowhere to go. Major on one side, SKYROCKET on the other. They lose one. They lose almost a second. Wove is being able to save it for now. Nomi will go down. Flames over the top will send Major Pride packing. NIGMA, they make an escape route for themselves, but the zone is still coming in behind. It's the rest of these teams all the way on the south side, still clustered up against each other. GEEKAY in their own skirmishes between NASR, between OOREDOO, and they got nowhere to run themselves. And this time it's not a getaway, it's only the graves being formed.
And the Southeast Crunch is really proving disastrous for all of these teams as GEEKAY, Ragnar, and Rito Thunders is picked to pieces, and it's going to be only Smoker left on his feet. GEEKAY, Satan, he's the last one alive too, so this is just, ripped to shreds absolutely, and lose for either team who makes it in. GEEKAY, though, put out of the lobby by the likes of NASR.
NASR, big opportunity if they can get rid of all of these eliminations. Up to 4, could be a potential 7 in total. And NASR needing to push in through that top 10 position, push even further back into the top 8. They will find it. All 7 eliminations, wipe away the rest of GEEKAY, wipe away OOREDOO below them. And now Twisted will also fall too, alongside NIGMA Galaxies. They're all dropping like flies to get inside of its next phase.
Whenever we see the 5th about to go into 6th, everyone just condensed right on top of each other, and everybody is sent back into the lobby. Triple Esports finally needed to get out of this crater area, and being right next to one of our top teams, that is going to be R8 Prestige, nade in hand, trying to open this engagement.
R8 looking for that first initial knock onto Triple. Both of them very low down in this crater. The zone goes away from them, and this is a disaster for R8, even more so as POWR finds that big nade on into them. You can see the approach that POWR have on the top of this hillside and are able to punish the rest of these teams below. NASR now doing the same, in a dire position for both of these teams. Hoped that the zone would go towards the Monica, and you can see when it goes away how bad it gets. R8 just punished by Ali on the distance.
I'm saying the team Falcons, POWR, Conquer, they're very delighted with the circle as they hear just the carnage happening outside, and they need to get out now. NASR has cleared their way on the southern side. 8 eliminations found now as they turn their sights onto Conquer and are trying to take their little bit of hard cover, those couple little buildings that could be setting themselves up super well for this next circle.
Cleaning out the way for Falcons. They took out GEEKAY, they took out R8. They take out the top of the leaderboard for Falcons here in this game. But NASR maybe comes at an end to Conqueror as A2 want to climb. Yes, Calica will be able to find one with the help. The secondary will not be entered into, will not be stymied by NASR. They will take away all of the engagers, and now down to only the one player, Batika, driving off into the distance. Some damage done by Conqueror.
Man, NASR just really not coordinated at all. They actually pulled a NIGMA Galaxy from last game where Miracle actually knocked himself coming out of his vehicle. So put his team in a terrible position to try to push out and conquer, and it did not work well for them this time though. On the other side, Triple Esports trying to overcome POWR.
Triple big send in is POWR. 5 eliminations. Can they get more off the back of Triple, or will they take them down? Dart sending the nade, bounces it back in to them, but there's nowhere to go. The Flames are already on the second floor, and we realize very quickly that they are being surrounded. They need the support from the rest here of POWR, but that nade going short onto Ali. Big difference as Ali stays alive here, push wrapping slowly around. Has their own nade, will likely send it into the building. Kante could be found, and yes, it will be pushed. That's an excellent first knock that they need. But can Triple continue to make that push onto the rest? Dart all left alone is Juaz, sending it deep into the rest of the other two, using the smokes, trying to find the players. Has the angle of one, has Alaha's number, will find the third, and they don't need the support of the team. It's Juaz all day, baby, and POWR. Dar's the only one, but will fall last.
Man, that was such a clean fight coming out from Triple Esports, and I mean, they need to lick their wounds now because the circle has now popped up at 45 seconds, and while this was all happening, look at Falcon go all the way to the western side, away from everyone else, and having that clear side of the circle, and waiting for everyone to now finally come in the open to try to get in.
Falcons looking to steal the show, Monica, on this chicken dinner. They've not really done all that much, but you don't have to do much when their positioning this game was so good to be able to avoid the fights. Yeah, sure, only 2 eliminations, but they have the high ground, Ridge. They have the opportunities. Conqueror really the only one here to stop them. Is Triple still outside the zone, still need to push in, but you can see the angles. Falcons and Conqueror both have that angle on them.
I mean, it's a 4v4v4. Right now, it's like the name of the game is the positioning, and that's definitely for Falcons, for Conqueror. Both of them are going to be all looking at Team Triple Esports and try to prevent them, dwindle their numbers and prevent them from coming in. This is it. No time left.
River just screams down to pull us onto the triple themselves, and Ali will succumb to the zone. You gotta believe that zone ticks hard. Conqueror gonna fall in with the eliminations to triple, gets the 3-piece. The final one, Ali leaves alone, but Conqueror, while they were busy on the side of triple, Falcons came up the top end. They found Gallagher, they found the first knock that they need, and now Conqueror down to 3 players.
3 players all spread out, so they have a little bit of hard cover that Falcons does not. And I mean, Falcons, they need to go for a revive now. I think he's just able to get on up, but they're sending Conqueror back into the houses, away from this little bit of a hillside, as Danar, he's pushed up right into the faces and looking for an entry knock. I mean, the numbers, they're in the advantage of Falcons, but both teams are within the circle.
Conqueror still has to rely on Rio, though. Rio has to keep this front line up. Rio goes down, Falcons are able to push in. Monica, it's lights out for Conqueror. The 2 in the back, they are only the support here, as they cannot get in onto the fight. Equally though, Miramar, very much an important piece of that puzzle. Both of them outside of the next phase 8, and both of them, I assume, going to wait, see if they can pick off a member, but if not, they will wait for that phase 8 zone to close in.
I will say Falcons, they do have an easier entry in the next one. You can just back up, go down around in the left-hand side, and have somebody with them. Looks like they've thrown some smokes, though, to just ward off the attention of Team Conqueror. So look at them. They're wasting their nades, throwing in the smoke, thinking somebody is there. So what a 200 IQ play here, as Powerful is coming ever more closer to rival.
Rio, though, finds the one of Conqueror, but it is only to their own demise. Falcons have their number, and it was Conqueror who actually threw those smokes, Monica. I think they were trying to find a roadside in, but Falcons will use those smokes themselves. And now Conqueror, they just paved the way for Falcons. They blocked out the eye line of Falcons, yes, but you still have those on the door. You didn't smoke the door, Conqueror, and that means they can't escape out, nowhere to run for the solo player of Broza. Rever trying to step up to find some extra angle out of the equation, but they've already lost the middle man. Falcons down to 2 as well, as it's 2v2 for both of them.
One alive, they're trying to pass one corner. It's a hillside or a tree. What could be the better spot?
Falcons, they get a better spot, Monica. They get the chicken dinner at the second game here for Miramar. And Conqueror, it was a valiant attempt. They still get the points underway. They still climb up that leaderboard nonetheless. But you cannot take away Falcons' quiet approach here, Monica. Yeah, it wasn't flashy, but they had such a fantastic positioning coming into those zones phase after phase after phase.
Actually, all of these teams in this final end, and this is very off-brand for Miramar, right? You usually see a team, they get the chicken dinner, 15, 12 eliminations. No team went higher than the 9 eliminations that I believe it was Triple Esports did get. So it was a overall fairly lower number of eliminations, but I think it's just because the top couple of teams were pretty evenly matched and being able to take their own kind of fights instead of just one team just dominating the entire lobby.
Yeah, right. I mean, Falcons, they still get those 7 eliminations, mainly from the end there. They only had 2 coming into the beginning of that, so being able to pick up a lot there towards the end of that game, very crucial for them, is 22 points we say in total, but Conqueror, Triple, both picking up at 8, 9 elimination points respectively. NASR slightly below with the other 8, but as you mentioned, rightfully so, Monica, the rest of these other teams were very split in terms of the eliminations each of them were getting.
Falcons very delighted with their 22 points and even more delighted to see that R8, remember the team that was right on their heels in second place, only getting 6 points. So even further dividing that difference between first and second place, but well thought out. I said, where's the Falcons that we saw yesterday? Looks like they just needed one warm-up game from Erangel and have now come guns a-blazing into Miramar.
Still, many more guns though need to be blazed up, Monica, for these extra 8 teams at the bottom of our Miramar game. A 3-0 point for YALLA, Road to Glory, and The Only One, all struggling to get off that mark. But for crucially, the momentum being lost for the likes of 4K, for also SKYROCKET, who also had big eliminations in that last game, only now 3 points for them too.
This is definitely this bottom half is more representative of the overalls, right? So whereas the last match in Erangel, we saw a lot of those bottom teams being able to use that opportunity of the better teams, the higher teams in the overall standings not do so well. This game it's a little bit more what we would expect, right? The top teams doing well, the bottom teams kind of having those 0, 1, 2, 3 point game.
I mean, if that continues to be the case, so the games are running out, Monica, for that top 10 position, for that prize money right now. On to Sanhok, the next really, I think, scariest map of them all for all of these teams. But to highlight, though, our best offer moments here from Miramar, it was, I think, a very difficult zone, nonetheless, to get into from really that second, that third phase onwards with those big shifts.
We saw a lot of, I would say, more we would see like a regular Miramar would just be kind of, hey, most of the action is kind of condensed in that last 50%, right? However, here this is almost a kind of like Sanhok playstyle where it was just action from minute 1 to the rest of the game, kind of causing those eliminations to be spread out across more teams and not having a single team with a huge overwhelming amount of elims.
Yeah, it was teams fighting on one team, they find a victory, but then shut down by the next, as you put it correctly, Monica. And I think for squads such as NIGMA, yeah, sure, they were trying to fend off the likes of Major Pride, NASR, they even tried to fend off a few of those squads like RA, OOREDOO, the likes of GEEKAY too, but eventually all of them came to their end because the problem was that all of those fights that they were taking, Monica, put them behind the pace of the game of that zone, and that's where those squads such as Falcons were able to capitalize on.
Yeah, the very treacherous terrain, being in the crater of La Bendita and being on the outskirts of it, not a whole lot of hard compounds to take residence in.
Yeah, of course, if you want your own bit of rewards to get home to, well, what better way than to show the respect of the Iraq football team here, Monica? The Iraqi people, the first time we collaborate with that team themselves, and you can get in-game items since the H5 event launch on the 22nd of July. But don't forget also to follow the community tournament on the Iraq football theme, which will run from the 19th to the 25th of July as well. Monica, it's still Sanhok next though, but before we get there, I've got to take us to a break one more time, as we'll be back with you in a short moment.
Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is
Welcome back, everyone, here to now Sanhok here for the PMPL finals in the Arabia region. Myself, Alan Wolf, and Monica once again with us. And Monica, yeah, sure, Sanhok is exciting, but you know what's more exciting? Well, it's a phone down below with the upgraded performance and the upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new OOREDOO 7 Pro 5G and the official mobile phone for the Esports Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. Monica, we're just going to head straight to the overall. Clearly, I suck today, but it's okay. Here is Team Falcons. They certainly don't suck, Monica. 194 points. They are almost at the 200 mark.
Quite the opposite of that, right? R8, they're 40 points behind Team Falcons. Okay, this is what I want to see. Once we get in to where Falcons is super comfortable with being first place, right? I want to see some glider action come from Falcons because there's nothing to lose, nothing to gain, right? Because they're already sitting at first place. But I mean, 40 points, there still is a slight chance, R8, if they can really turn things around in the last 4 matches today, especially the one next coming up, it's not out of reach, right? 40 points in 4 matches.
I mean, there's still, as you say, the opportunity for these other teams to catch up to Falcons. It's all, I think, from Falcons, right? Falling behind, having a bad game, maybe here or there, to be able to do just that. The rest, though, of these teams still fighting for that top 10 position for the MEA Championship. OOREDOO now knocked down to 10th position. So they've fallen down already 5 positions in just 2 games.
Jeez, I mean, that shows that the scores are so very close, right? Nobody is out of the running. No one has solidified their spots. And looking at YALLA, they're the bottom of the standings and with a chicken dinner. So 66 points across how many matches has it been? Almost 15. That's crazy bad numbers.
Indeed, while Falcons and the rest of these teams, it only gets worse, Monica. Sanhok is the first game of the 2 for this final day, and it's been a hectic, I think, few Sanhoks we've already seen in the finals so far, and I'm expecting this one to not be any different. However, I at least saw in the first day a bit more centralization on that main island for Sanhok. Was that kind of the same for those players in day number 2, Monica?
It was, and the only thing I really saw different in Sanhok 2 was that Major Pride has now changed up the drop spot, right? Is this what they did in the first day? They definitely did it yesterday, where instead of fighting with Falcons in Kampong, they are now taking this split that we see a lot of teams in other regions do take up, and I'm surprised no other team had really taken this spot because you're the keepers of all 3 islands. If the circle is kind of centered right on there and somebody needs to rotate to the other island across the bridge, you're going to control that sentry spot.
Already, though, one going to go down. RTG went for that very risky 4x1 split. Well, YALLA crossed him out with the 1 elimination for now, and unfortunately for them, going to now really, I think, be hindered in terms of the other hand of that. YALLA, I think, also props to them for taking that 2-2. Now, RTG do usually make this very quick 4-1 into coming together later on, about that 3-4 minute mark. So to catch them out on this rotation by sending the 2 players there earlier on makes that first elimination for them count. And I think for a team like YALLA here, Monica, they have not been performing in the finals and need those elimination points.
What that was revenge for yesterday, actually. I don't know. They, Road to Glory, had in one of the Sanhoks yesterday come up onto the bootcamp hill that YALLA usually likes to take and did do heavy damage to them. I think this was just, hey, I know, because they go there every single time, and that's a little difficulty of, hey, we always go to these compounds as a split, in Sanhok. Other teams, it's very easy for them to identify, like YALLA did. Hey, that compound down the road, there's only one. We're going to send 2 and just overwhelm, take them out, and debilitate them for the rest of the match.
few of those other teams also making those kind of 1 to 4 splits back to that old formation is also the only one. They got a bit higher up this time because we saw previously in that first day, Conqueror R8 tried to capitalize. They found those eliminations onto the only one. So sending Luffy a bit further down now later on maybe creates a bit more security for them not losing that player. Also, OOREDOO did the same, got a bit more information onto SKYROCKET, who have this very big split on the northwestern island. So we'll have the information on how SKYROCKET are positioned, which is actually crucial in doing so. Sure, it looks a bit awkward, Monica, when you do lose those players early on. But if you can get the information, if you can get that bigger split and bigger area of control, it sets you up much nicer for being able to make more informed rotations in those next phase 2 rotations, phase 3, and so on.
Gonna have a ways to rotate because SKYROCKET, OOREDOO, and Thunder on that northwestern island have to rotate to the complete opposite side of the map with the southeastern circle this time. But over here, Twisted Minds, we have Aries just creeping on a little closer to Major Pride, who has not had a whole lot of luck today yet so far. And Frozen, I mean, he's completely unaware that this is happening.
Frozen gonna unfortunately lose their life, but we'll be aware of it now, Monica. Don't you worry about that one. Anis has made sure of it. We'll find a nade on the end of it. It should be a finish up through for Frozen. Don't assume they're going to live. Another nade used. I think that Anis obviously could go in net with the bullets, but Afraid did the backup is also on the other end, that hill for Major Pride. It's not fair. We know it's not, but Anis still smart to not go too far ahead for that one.
I think that was, he definitely wanted to flush it, but I think that was a little committing too many grenades to not even flush that player. So that, I mean, grenades, smokes, that's kind of a rarity on Sanhok. So, I mean, that's, I would be very curious to see later on, are they going to end up in a situation where they could, you know, really use those 2 nades, and he wasted it at the 4-5 minute mark of the match already.
Yeah, Ragnar going to expend another one there as they're still unsure, I think, now of where Frozen is gone. And Frozen actually has got down to the bottom side of that hill further towards Major Pride. They're going to get a rock around, and Frozen may be revived here. However, Twisted Minds, they are very close on the approach, but won't be there in time, you've got to imagine. Should be Major Pride getting actually the player back up here for only the explanation of, as we said, those few names of Twisted Minds.
They know that the knocked player from Major Pride has gotten revived at this point, right? They've got the knock, count in their heads, hey, X many seconds have passed and we haven't gotten the confirmed elimination. We know that there's more members of Major Pride on the other side of this hill, and Twisted Minds, they have a good spread over here. By no me this time getting the first knock, and Major Pride put once again as a one-man down situation.
Just way too far forward, tries to go back in onto Twisted Minds, thought that there could be one there. Instead, Anas also gets chipped away, but they get the elimination crucially. So it's still a 4v3 for Twisted Minds as long as they can get it back up. The backline smoking them through, and the teamwork is there, Monica. Should be away. And Major Pride have to unfortunately cut their losses and do with only the 3.
It was actually a third-party action from YALLA coming down out of the boot camp area. So I think Twisted Minds, they might not have the information that this is 2 different teams here, but clearly Major Pride able to identify, hey, a whole different team showed up because we were not the ones to knock, you know, that player of Twisted Minds. I think they're backing up here because they don't want to be caught in a, you know, 3-team fight, and have now gone on down into the Pine Ant area.
So yeah, there also on the replay, you can see the only one. We mentioned them moving as that solo player does get caught out by the rest of Conqueror, and it's fortunate to see that mistake happening time and time again, but it happens. Unfortunately, only one down also to those 3 players as well. Not too much though in the ways of teams falling out as a whole, but there is a few big rotations. OOREDOO have made a bigger and bolder earlier rotation coming down into the Southwest Island, while actually note that GEEKAY are still in ruins. So GEEKAY haven't crossed and finished their looting phase yet, because this is still, for them, the time that they have free as far as they're concerned. And OOREDOO, they could contest that, but I have a feeling that OOREDOO will try to avoid this as a whole and maybe move towards that boot camp hill that is more open, because Major Pride also made those big southern moves, and instead of sticking to the boot camp hill, have, as you saw, had that fight versus Twisted.
Yeah, it's all about timing, right? It's, hey, this great rotation that happened at this point in the game, if we had done it 2 minutes before, that would have been terrible, right? If Oreo Thunder had rotated into this area just a couple more minutes ahead where Major Pride was still here, they would have been, once again, losing 2 members a little too early, put in a terrible, terrible position. But great timing from them, able to come down from Hating, come to the southern side of that northwestern island, able to scan and get the information. Hey, it's clear. I don't see any sign of Major Pride, but it's clearly been looted because the doors are open, right? And then making their way in just on the footsteps of Major Pride and still staying away from all the teams in the lobby.
Yeah, as well, SKYROCKET making that move down towards the bridge, I think should be a slower rotation for them. They understand that GEEKAY should still be in the ruins area, and making that move from the further bridge will be more awkward for SKYROCKET because they have to then pass through the ruins hills, which is where GEEKAY will have that more power over them. However, for GEEKAY, they are beginning to move away, as you can see in the distance now, making that rotation. Guy is on the way to Ragnar to come pick them up and take them further down into that next zone.
Still waiting for this next circle to come on in. And remember, Sanhok, Kylan Wolf, this is the map that we see a whole ton of med strats come out. Some teams like I've seen GEEKAY do it. I saw multiple teams yesterday do it. From the very start, they kind of have their designated med strata, right? The one who's the best at doing the first aids, who doesn't make those mistakes. And man, that southeastern circle, I just want to show that one once again. It's come the second consecutive time all the way down there. But the med strat too is such a viable option for a map like Sanhok.
Does create a bit of an awkward position, though, for a lot of these teams, and that Medtrack may be utilized more so in a zone like this, Monica, because you not only have the river there, which still splits the southern west and the mainland, but also that river blocking out some of the play of these teams. You also have the fact that Quarry is a part of that northern entrance, so for teams coming in along that northern end, still there is too a lot of unplayable area to navigate across from one side to the other is going to be naturally harder, especially with those teams such as RTG, and on the other hand, RA camping those locations.
The quarry area in Sanhok is very similar to that La Ninja crater than Miramar, where you go down in there and it's very hard to come out, especially here in Sanhok, where it's ankle deep water. You're not going to be able to move very quickly. But here, just on the outside, I think these teams, they know not to go down in there unless it's, unless you have to, right? And 4K across the bridge, or across the street, actually, from Twisted Mines. But I think a little bit too far to really send and clean up the fight.
Yeah, I'll be curious how to see these final teams coming from that northern side decide to rotate. I mean, CONQUEROR, one of those, has gone for, I would say, the smartest rotation, and that is moving through that very easterly edge to the coast. So coming actually in towards docks and wrapping away from a lot of those teams does provide you a position in this second zone, which still gives you those high hills. But as we say again, away from the contention of those other teams.
I want to see a little bit more action. This is actually very quiet for Sanhok. Usually we see just a lot of action from the very, very beginnings, right? We saw a couple scuffles here and there where somebody was able, YALLA able to pick off one player of Road to Glory. CONQUEROR able to pick off one player of The Only One. I think everyone knows, hey, we're in our final day of the finals. We need to play with a little bit more intention and not risk a total RNG fight right at the start of a Sanhok.
I mean, we could always have Imperium come back. I mean, I heard Imperium sings really rubbish, so I mean, who else would like to love more than to hear Imperium sing? I mean, Monica, it sounds exciting. Don't you agree?
And I think his voice just carries so far into the all chat of the players through the game, and they hear him and they're just motivated to let's just go for the fight. We got Imperium, he gave a jingle for SKYROCKETs. Maybe we can just harness that energy and win our fight.
You know what it is, Monica? It's the Irish energy. It's the Irish power.
Irish
I can't cut it. I'm too British, right? So it's a difference. That's what Imperium has with me. It's the Irish luck indeed.
Oh man, Irish luck, or maybe beginner's luck for some of these teams that this is their first tournament to be playing in PMPL, this kind of lobby, and you can see some of these teams making some kind of early beginner mistakes here, where The Only One, all of them, POWR, they're going to be out in the blue zone, not where you want to be, by the way, because when this closes, every time the circle closes, it's going to be doing more and more damage, and it's not really going to be feasible just to be waiting out that far.
Yeah, a few of these teams still going to try, I think, to opt for that slower approach. And unfortunately, that's a position that you're put into, Monica, when you don't have a position earlier in the zone. You don't have that information to come into these awkward positions, such as that North Quarry field. So instead, the only one in power, they are forced into these awkward, looking like a mistake strategies, and they're going to be in that same position once again because the zone hasn't really got any easier. We still don't know which side we're going to be going on to, and there's these major high hills towards the actual cave location in NASR now have Falcons going to be joining up there as a secondary team, and they can fire down on that complete open expanse of the road below.
Like we're about to have a sequel of the fight that happened before, the only one losing Zayad to the Conquerors. I think hearing some shots in the distance by the coastline and veering through the city and trying to find, you know, put a little distance between them. But you always want to think about those dividing lines, right? Like we saw that huge river and even the bay area by the cave. It's wherever that circle does end up going, you know, the left-hand side or the right-hand side, it's going to be very disastrous for the teams that chose the wrong side.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised to see teams like CONQUEROR make that even southern rotation, actually cross between the peninsula to the south of docks, actually, and then cross in through that short little bit of water into the outskirts behind cave to the south of the actual cave location itself. So you could see them make that slightly more riskier rotation, but in turn avoid, as we say, all of these teams who have these positions locked down inside of the zone, because you are coming in so late, you don't have that same power as the other squads. There's R8 trying to step up outside of his zone, but you can see that Triple already are in control of this location. R8 gonna need a knock, either looking for the initial shots as Luffy in the background will go down to Falcons. It's still R8 in the front scene as the shots go wide for now. They find out the location of Cleverer. Ali as well will be silenced to the edge, but Uaz, none of them moving. Very patient for the meantime, and Uaz finds the moment once more, finds the first knock that they need. SK Tunno straight back with the one, looks for the second, can't find the shots to finish him off. There comes the support, and from the side angle, R8 just seemed to dispatch away of Triple, and just like that, all four of them disappear.
Saw a little bit of a third-party action from Falcons from down below, but it wasn't really quite enough to do any damage or get the limbs here. But R8, that was a very clean wipe onto them. Only one player knocked down during the engagement with Triple Esports. And yeah, that was just very unfortunate for this team that did so well in the previous matches and even winning a game yesterday.
And it gets even worse for the only one they're going to lose Alush as well as Power. They had that position. You can see this is why CONQUEROR went very far south, and this is why I said maybe make that more southern crossing, because this is what you get, Monica, when you try to cross in that mainland, and the only one they found out that in the hard way.
The only one, it was just, they just couldn't catch a break. Lost one at the beginning. Oh, with the perfect grenade back, but I mean, it wasn't quite enough to get the trade. We saw, you know, a little bit of action, but the only one I think is just dealt a bad hand from the start and just couldn't recover.
Look, I believe that player should go down. I think it's very risky for Power to make that revive. They're going to lose a lot overall for it. And also, crucially, they're still, again, going to be in an awkward position like the only one where Falcons actually have a spot higher in a compound above them. Falcons, they are going to have to move as that zone is continue to still keep the bridge, keep the water in play. But a cave finish, Monica, when was the last time you had a cave finish?
Honestly, I can't remember a cave finish, but wouldn't that be hysterical to have people up on the top of cave, people down below too? But this is an area that people are probably not too comfortable playing, right? This is a very odd, kind of oddball circle that you don't get to play that often. So I think a lot of teams are kind of like, oh, there's a rock there. I didn't really know that. There's a shack here, I guess. But they're rotating a little bit blind into this general area.
And I love that we get to see that type of difficulty, though. This is the finals, Monica. This is what we need. We need that challenge. We need that uncertainty of these teams to really flush out not only the information, but the skill. And Amodi makes that apparent, finds Mohammed and cuts GEEKAY's route across. You can see them making that move through. They have at least got half of those players are through, and for NIGMA, they still have to make that crossing themselves, so they too have to deal with this problem.
YALLA bump up, but down onto his knees from a grenade from the unknown. Road to Glory. Sanhok is definitely their favorite map to play for sure, because they had so much success with it weeks ago. Volt now coming over the top, but it's only 2 players left from Road to Glory, so not a lot of firepower to be had here, and they're on the wrong side of the circle with an entire team of Twisted Minds, YALLA in front.
The bridge, though, that western side, Monica, it is an absolute disaster for likes of OOREDOO, for likes of GEEKAY. All of those teams still trying to find their way through in towards the cave. YALLA are one of those teams fighting, finds RTG back. That'll be a 1-for-1, but Sanji's the only one left, and you can see that they don't really want to move from their position. They've got the edge of that zone. But they're a solo trying to control all of these teams up north.
Oh, Volt getting in the driver's seat, but he's going to be on the blue, just nick a help left. And oh man, I mean, if he can make it in, I mean, still not quite in here, but he really needs to heal on up. Out he goes about to the blue zone. And I mean, the ultimate squad wiper, right? If you're caught out of the blue zone this late in the game, it's not going to be very forgiving for you.
In that zone, though, Monica, talk about unforgiving.
Oh, no.
How is a zone like that? Goes towards the bridge, goes towards the open roadside, down into it. There's absolutely nowhere for these players to hide. And yeah, I assume that we're going to see a lot of that healing strategy pulled out, but a lot of really not these teams wanting to move into that zone all that fast. They're going to try to want to stay outside of the zone as long as possible.
Our little beach vacay going on right now on the white sands. We got Major Pride going out, not able to really pull that heal strap, but I'm gonna foresee, I mean, you see a lot of those solos right out in the blue zone. Twisted Minds, Road to Glory, YALLA. I mean, YALLA just went out, but a lot of them at this point, this is where they have already started their med strat for quite a while, right? You're able to really go from like a 12th place position all the way into the second, all the way into the third, because you're able to outlive all of them. But POWR, not long for this world at all, as RA takes over the cave.
And RA, unfortunately, is much to take out of the cave. NASR immediately put them down in their place. Looks for the second. Miracles there. Snakes out. But out comes in behind. The kablam. RA with a vehicle right on the top of her face. Finds the second. Finds the rest of NASR. And fortunately for them, maybe R8 not out of woods yet, because they too diving down under the bridge. They roll over one. Can they turn? Yes, they find the second. Ali finds the security underneath the bridge, but how can they with the extra of those bullets coming through? Unfortunately, the third party entails their demise. Now down to a broken GEEKAY, though, finding maybe an opportunity for OOREDOO with that few knocks across the bridge finally.
GEEKAY had the best spot in the circle, but just this, never would have thought in a million years, just somebody crashing in at the last second and taking half their team out. But SKYROCKET, they're looking to defend against a team like CONQUEROR, getting shot though in the backside by OOREDOO Thunders on the opposite side of the bridge. They need to come in now, but SKYROCKET, grenade right next to them is easy, trying to run away and try to prevent himself from getting knocked.
Wasn't cooked though, so SKYROCKETs keep himself up, and that angle should keep SKYROCKETs alive for now. GEEKAY in an absolute dire position, because here comes Osama up in the depths. Mermaid comes up in the beauty, they cannot handle it. Osama is there. OOREDOO shuts them away. No, OOREDOO cleans up the eliminations. They run out of blue though, because that is the true deadly beauty of Sanhok that is coming in to claim them all.
Mohamed just overconfident that he could get that first 8 up with the OOREDOO Thunders breaching the bridge side, and it just was not well timed out from him. So all of a sudden, GEEKAY went from 4 down to 1 in a matter of a minute. OOREDOO Thunders given a free rotate across the bridge as Ragnar clearing up SKYROCKET's easy out in 8th position.
OOREDOO still all 4 players alive though. Big potential game for them. Finds out Rever as well. Looks to find out Rio, but it oversteps themselves. Rio with the help of Grozaves punish. CONQUEROR down to 2. We find the Rock defends themselves for the meantime. They've got the zone, but they gotta survive. 4K out in distance. coming in, but they still have to outlive all of the survivors, the Heal Stratos, the Yusuf, the Freak,
no.
Falcons, NIGMA. They will fall finally with time. There goes Yusuf. There comes down to our final 4. Is already still figuring out the solution to solving Conqueror's Rock.
They only have 2 left alive though, but it's the grenades, the resources coming out from OOREDOO Thunder. They've gathered this entire map. They have a little bit of a downhill slope to give them a little bit of cover as they wait for 4-Day come through. Does a huge nick of damage, but doesn't quite get a knock yet.
The Molly hits them both, and that will be it. There they go. The Flames figure out the issue in Air 4K. They come in slowly, but OOREDOO, they've already slammed them down. They have the more nades available to them, and they will take down the second. OOREDOO just clean up the game, and OOREDOO will take the chicken dinner. NIGMA doing NIGMA things down in the distance. Of course, they steal the second with a heal strat. Imperium would be disappointed, Monica, but OOREDOO, they will not be disappointed. They've showed up.
Remember that OOREDOO Thunders was that team that started today in 5th, dropped all the way down to 10th, so they so needed this win as Freak. I mean, it's either Freak or it's Lord, and he's finally out of those first stages, just taking those shots, but he doesn't want to give an elimination to OOREDOO Thunders, and that's going to be an easy chicken dinner for OOREDOO Thunder.
And for OOREDOO, K ran chicken dinner. For 4K with that second place, both of them catching up in that scoreboard. In OOREDOO, Monica, they're going to be flying back up those positions, and as we say, make that top 10 even more volatile than it was already now, with them coming back into surely that top 8.
Definitely to the horror of those teams at the bottom who haven't had a great game yet, right? Major Pride, YALLA, where are they? But look at that. I mean, very typical Sanhok, right? Kind of very evenly distributed eliminations in terms of OOREDOO Thunder. The most amount of eliminations from one team was only 9.
And for OOREDOO, taking that extra 9 eliminations was crucial. Of course, a lot of them towards the end when they absolutely smashed open their chicken dinner. But for the likes of CONQUEROR, at least getting to that second position, finalizing away SKYROCKETs, and then also the likes of NIGMA down further on that leaderboard to still get the 12 points, to still continue to climb slowly. It still matters for a team like NIGMA, and it still matters, especially in the top, Monica. Yeah, sure, it may not be as close, but one good game, they get up a better position, and they are getting even more money, 1,000 extra or so.
This is a little flip-flopping, right, from Triple Esports, where last game they had, they ended up in 3rd place with a very fair, decent amount of eliminations. But here, just they follow that up with 0 points, so not very consistent, kind of just negating their progress from the last match. But we're seeing, I mean, this is already the halfway point of this last day, right? We only have 3 matches to go.
And that's the crucial thing, Monica, is that to have a bad game now, only 3 remaining, means that really the time is running out for a lot of these teams to be able to make their mark. And now with Erangel back in form, the comfort of Erangel, there's only 1 remaining.
1 remaining of all of the matches, actually, Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. So, I mean, if it's now or it's never, if they want to turn things around. The set is, at least top 10 to make it into that regional final. But definitely the teams at the top, they're trying to go a little bit, try to get 1 higher placement because there's so much more money to have once you get just 1 placement.
Yeah, still 3 games to go. It's still anyone's game, especially as you say for that top 10, Monica, because even a team like YALLA, you see what 4K can do when they have 1 good game, right? They shoot up those series of positions in 4K. To speak of them too, Monica, they've been looking like a different team. 16th position across those 2 days consistently. But now this last day, they seem to have really woken in something inside of them to be able to get up onto that scoreline. But if you want your own course rewards at home, what better way than to show your support using the Iraq football team colours and to show the respect of the Iraqi people. The first time this is that we collaborate with the Iraq football team. You can get the in-game items since the H5 event launch on the 22nd of July. But don't forget, of course, to follow the community tournament of the Iraq football team coming through from the 19th to the 25th of July. Monica, it's been still, while you're in game, go get it now, because we've got 3 more games to go, and we'll be seeing you on Erangel, of course, next in just a short bit.
Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Got it. Got it. Want it.
Welcome back to the final half, the final day here at the PMPL Arabia Finals. Myself, Hannah Wolf, and Monica alongside you all for the final 3 games. But it wouldn't be us without the, of course, Oppo Reno 7 Below. With the upgraded performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports 2022. And if you're wondering, well, how do I stay energized, Highland, with that phone? What better way than, of course, the Monster Energy Drink itself, the official energy drink sponsor for the tournament. Monica, we are now going in, as we say, to the final 3 games. Erangel, this is where these teams have to start out if they want to make a move in these leaderboards.
A team that really needs to make a move is YALLA. We've seen them, we know this team can perform, right? But we see them just kind of flounder, and across the 3 games so far today, they've only gotten 2 points.
Indeed, and 2 points is, quite frankly, not the successful average that these
Not good
teams are
enough.
going to be needing. No, not good enough. But what is good enough is what we've seen from Falcons so far in today. They've breached now that 200 mark, and also OOREDOO, about 1 game alone, Monica. 10th position to 4th position in 1 game. That's the jump that we're starting to see. And that's the volatility that makes that top 10 mark, as you can see on your screens, so crazy, because we know now just really how 1 game can make a difference.
I feel like the overwhelming pattern for these teams is once they do so poorly that they back themselves into a corner, then they finally turn on, like they flip the switch. We're like, okay, we really need to get a win this next game, and then they do so every single time. I mean, today is really the story of these underdog teams who have not been performing well finally showing up.
And I think for squads such as GEEKAY for R8, actually the underperformance for them, because Falcons, they've not been this flashy team, and they've not really been that flashy team either in day 2, but neither have R8, neither have GEEKAY. So now coming on to Erangel, particularly, I think a comfort for GEEKAY here in this map. They've got really this one opportunity now to be able to show us what they've got in their home turf.
Maybe GEEKAY showed us too much from the super weekends, right? To the point where these teams obviously had that week between the 3rd week of super weekend and now finals. They were probably the most analyzed team across all of these teams, right? Preparing for the finals. So I think maybe their strats, their kind of what gave them so much success before the finals is now just, clearly an open book to everyone in the lobby.
OOREDOO, gotta mention it, Monica. They have moved slightly further away from SKYROCKETs this time. They will not make the same mistake of SKYROCKETs capitalizing on a double elimination. And crucial for OOREDOO here, because the momentum is going to be so huge coming off of that fantastic Sanhok game they had. But the zone will at least go towards that northwestern side, and Monica slightly further away, we would argue, from that plane path.
Like SKYROCKET kind of kicking themselves right now, right? Their alternative drops. So far, they've been coming to Nova a little bit more just because the plane path has been favoring it a bit. But had they gone up to that North Georgiable side, look how completely open that northern side is. And I think they can still obviously make something out of this, but they're going to have to rotate through the likes of GEEKAY, of Twisted Minds, of all of these teams to the north of them.
Yeah, and I think also when it comes to the rotations, that has been slightly trickier for a few of these teams, especially making it from that southern end. It'll be interesting to see how these teams then move up to these northern locations, such as Hospital George Paul, if that zone does continue to move that way. And the other, I think, interesting change that we've seen so far in this game has been that YALLA have moved away from that Severny side, of course, not being available with that plane path, stealing that position from R8. And I think actually believing that R8 could have continued that split they had done in game 1 to actually pick apart an R8 member. But thankfully for R8 themselves, they were closer together in Primorsk and will keep all 4 alive.
We're seeing 4K. This is in Lipkova, right? They've got ways to rotate to get into this circle. So either they come directly to the west, but they're gonna have to rotate through NASR in the school area, Falcons from coming in from Yasnaya, even the only one right to their immediate left in the kind of shelter-ish area. We might be seeing them, able to identify, hey, this is a pretty southern plane path, probably going up on the northern end side. There's not going to be a lot of teams on that side, so they may be coming up on that northern side, which the teams like Falcons, like Road to Glory, they need to keep this in mind and be on the lookout for a whole different team right next to them.
And I think for Road to Glory, actually, one of those teams, Monica, who we really haven't seen a lot these finals from that Stalber location on Erangel. It really just hasn't been their map, I would argue, for these last 3 days. And this is, I think, their chance, especially with that southern plane path, to move their way to the comfort of Stalber. They've got so much leeway to actually come down off that mountainside and into Severny, into shooting range, because there is no one there. They have all of this unused space to be able to capitalize on and make those more easy in 3 roams into the phase 2 mark and through the rest of this early mid game.
I wonder if they know that Yalla is not next. They shouldn't have that information. Maybe
Right,
they
'cause
can
they
guess
maybe
just based on the play path. Yeah.
They may move
So
up.
I mean they might be still playing kind of slow edging there because they think that Yalla is in front of them, but it's clearly all in the clear there. So I mean when they watch it back, they're like, oh gosh, we had nobody next to us this entire time.
Triple making it on that other side, though, they will need I think, mega rotation later on. And I think this is something that I still have faith in these teams moving on the southern side. I think it, as we say, all depends on how they like to rotate. So the only one really kind of moving in towards the likes of NASR, but also Twisted moving down this southern coastal line too. Whereas I think actually Triple, much more likely as a team, I would think, to make that, I would argue, smarter rotation of coming up the northern side and maybe tanking that phase 1 blue a little bit, because it gets you away from the main portion of those teams in Roshawk and maybe that central belt of Erangel, but can still provide you that easier route up into that northern end of Severny, into Yasnaya Polyana, as we were talking about, that keeps you in that high ground, keeps you in that position relevant in that northern end of the second phase.
4K is a team that if they win with 15 eliminations, right? But at least the potential is there. However, on the flip side, some other teams, such as the Only One, some of those teams that don't quite have that fragging power, even if they get a chicken dinner, it's 6, 7, 8 eliminations there. So it's easier to work on those rotations rather than, hey, I'm going to teach fragging power. I'm going to teach that's not something that you can just quickly change overnight, versus something that's a little bit easier to change, which is like the rotations, the splits that we take. So Triple Esports, I want to see them do a little bit better because we have seen glory come out from them.
And I think this is the important thing to mention is we come to that close, Monica, all 16 of these teams, we know that they can all have these great games. Even YALLA, who have been performing poorly through these finals and are still, I think, the only team to show us those fantastic games, really, and have that consistency there. And that's the important thing to mention, Monica, is that despite what happens here, we know that all of these teams can have that performance. It's just about how teams can consistently show that. And it leads back to day number 1, where we mentioned it. We talked about it. And we said, with a capital K, all in bold, underlined, italics, whatever else you like, consistency is the thing it's going to come down to.
A team that is changing up their Erangel is NIGMA Galaxy that we just saw. They're still looting up in Pachinki. But yesterday, we saw the stats on Erangel that they just shown. Their average eliminations on Erangel has now gone up to 4. Yesterday it was 1, by the way. They were just having such a horrid time on Erangel, but that one match yesterday, the second Erangel, they were able to go out in 5th position with 13 eliminations to really drive. That was their best game yesterday, getting 19 points to really drive up that average and kind of get a little bit more comfortable on that Erangel game that they weren't having such luck on before.
And the rest of these teams, majority of them have moved into this first phase as well, Monica. Now, Triple actually opted to go the same route that I actually suspected the only one in Twisted Minds would go for this kind of southern peninsula part of the mainland Erangel, that of course, we know can easily cross back into the South Island in other games, but actually Triple moving in here alone gives them a lot more space, and unfortunately, on the more northern sides, is Power, yeah, sure, finding YALLA, but that very clustered position of that Roshawk into school and apartment where the only one and Twisted Minds join up versus NIGMA and the like.
That was actually our first little bit of action. Before this, all 64 players were still left alive. Now, Bumpa caught out behind a tree. They're sending Ozzy from Power out wide to trying to find the different angles on these players. But YALLA is a little bit out of their comfort zone, right? They dropped somewhere completely new, not used to this rotation from Quarry, now up through the GEEKAY area. Usually they're coming down on the northern side from Severny, and now are getting caught out in the open in the backyard of Power.
YALLA trying to fire back. They do find one Bumper, very risky. Almost could have gone down as well. That surely would have spelled a really end for YALLA in this game. They need these eliminations as well. And for Power, so do they, because we've not really seen a flashy Power today so far in our previous games, Monica. And they are falling behind. We've seen a lot of these underdog teams, as you say, have these big results, have these big matches, and without the points for Power to back them up, they are beginning to fall on that leaderboard too.
Yeah, YALLA is usually playing this edge strat. Coming from Severny, that's the only option you have, right? And now they're forced to play this central position that they're definitely not used to playing. And especially being GEEKAY as a 3-man, being this this is a massive compound, by the way, and it's really hard to hold on to as a 3. Major Pride coming from the hospital area, sharing Mount Everest with GEEKAY.
GEEKAY, for now, not really going to open fire too much. They will play with the nades, play with the potential of taking Major Pride, a member down. Satan stepping over as Frozen will actually fall away down to the bottom. And Major Pride, I don't think they want an engagement here, Monica. It seems like they just want to continue to rotate and move their way up to the comfortability of Hospital of Georgia Pool that they are more comfortable with. However, they still will utilize that high ground. Keep an eye on GEEKAY nonetheless, and they can see them come over the top.
Major Pride, they're in 15th position, right? They cannot afford to lose players here. They can't afford to be going into this game already past the halfway point of this last day of finals. But Power, ooh, you know, pick your poison away from GEEKAY, but into the unloving arms of Power.
And it's surprising, I think, for Major to be in that really 15th position, honestly, because coming into these finals, Monica, they were a top 5 team, just below NASR, R8, NIGMA, and GEEKAY. So actually, we expected bigger things from Major overall, and to see them, I think, alongside YALLA, but mainly, I think, Major more so here, to fall down so evidently, is a complete difference to what we saw in the 3 weeks of league play.
You definitely can't afford to have an off day at all. Maybe in the league play, maybe in the Super Week, because there's so many more days, but finals is 3 days, 6 matches every day, only 18 games in total. You cannot afford to, you know, be throwing away these games and losing players too early, because you need to make the most of every single point that you can gather.
Yeah, the exciting part is, at least at Major Pride, if they can have these good games in the future, Monica, we highlight again that they still can make it into the top 10. There's still a possibility, but with each game slipping away today, those chances do become less. They will need more points on average per game, so they need to pick up those pieces now. And I think Erangel, this game really is a highlighter for who we can really expect to be in their own positions where on the leaderboard.
NIGMA Galaxy on the leaderboards, though, currently at 7th position, which is shocking for a really powerhouse team.
The reigning
like
champions.
NIGMA Galaxy. Yeah, reigning is just a fall from grace for them this entire tournament. You know, going in, I kind of said NIGMA Galaxy, when I hear their name, it's kind of synonymous with, hey, the entire region, like, right? Arabia region, I just think of NIGMA Galaxy. And so far, they haven't really impressed me all that much.
Right, and especially considering that 6 months ago, they were the 3rd best team in the world, Monica, not just in the region, in the PMGC as a whole. So to see them struggle is concerning, is slightly concerning for, I think, future tournaments as well. But I think that NIGMA, they have showed up more today, though, more so than some of the other days in the finals. And you can certainly see them trying to push themselves and be more confident, rather than that passive NIGMA we saw in day 1.
Man, if this circle all the way up to the northeast, if YALLA had been able to go up to Severny, they would be sitting nice and pretty on that northern side bridge and been able to really, go into the late game with all 4 up and just being able to pick off all these teams kind of rotating late into here. I love how Falcons, these teams that were a little bit more set up in the middle, that's really put priority on going for those rotations and sending them, finding their spot in, while everyone else who is a little bit further out is going to be picked off rotations like Triple Esports.
Oh, and what a Erangel to finish off the tournament for this map, Monica. It wouldn't be other than the old faithful and the old difficult ruins and the headshot heals for these teams to have to navigate. NIGMA is going to fall first away. RTG loses one of the back members, as it will be also a ramp to fall in the back end. Volt and Narbo stepping further back in. RTG clearly not wanting this engagement, wary that teams are coming in around him, and they need to set up a better position overall to fight these other incoming squads.
I think Road to Glory doesn't have the confidence like NIGMA Galaxy. Road to Glory, they should have been able to defend this church area, especially with NIGMA Galaxy on vehicles coming and crashing from them from way further away. So they were not prepared for this crash at all. And it's just, they don't want to lose any players, right? They're kind of in the bottom half of the standings and are going to choose to play way more passive in the remainder of this final day.
Exactly, and especially considering it was still a full squad of NIGMA coming into them, they were worried that they only had 2 players defending that church side, and as we mentioned, Monica, there were a lot of these other teams coming in around them. So actually to defend this more castle side on the hill, much better to continue prying away at NIGMA, but you can see it's these extra players on the off angles like 4K who still are able to shut them down.
They have the high upper ground, but yeah, everyone's setting it into the ruins area. It's so hard to know what angles you have exposed. You got GEEKAY hanging out in the background, right? One of the teams that arguably is the best at playing their Erangel matches, while NIGMA Galaxy, they should be doing way better, but we're still crossing our fingers, right? Hoping that these last 3 matches will do something for them as they're sitting in that, sitting that kind of middle ground area in 7th position.
Few of these teams now beginning to settle in onto the ruins location. RA opting for that Everest side, so still we'll have a lot of information here. Down towards the south, still a few of those squads, as you can see. CONQUEROR and YALLA opting to avoid away from the zone, but they're gonna have to go further into it. Monica, it is confirming itself to be on the edge of those ruins side. It's gonna be on that road connecting through that Everest, and really not only ruins, but I think majorly that road and that hill of Everest coming down gonna be so vital of a high position for R8 if they choose to contest.
R8 has a lot of control on the western side. There's a little bit of a plateau on just the edge of Mount Everest that they can have and hold on to as Major Pride sent over to the northern side. So if you're a team here on the outskirts, do you pick the congested middle parts, or do you try to play the edges a little more, let everyone tear each other to bits in the middle, and then come in the late game?
Yeah, I think for teams further out, Major Pride, you can certainly see them taking control of that Wizard Tower on the T-junction, just coming in onto the northern edge of that zone, so they should also be fine, not have to worry, however, about R8, but it's these teams coming out of the ruins itself, Monica, and you can see that YALLA, they stepped 1 inch too far forward. Enigma are very swift to the punish, will confirm away the 3rd player of the squad, and Sanji is the only one left alive.
They tried to pass go to collect their $200 too earlier, sent back to jail by 4K. SKYROCKET, though, coming up from Novo Crates, and Falcons are kind of reigning champions of yesterday. Now looking to get yet another chicken dinner today, but SKYROCKET, they definitely do not want to let go of this spot, but soon both teams will have to disengage because neither of these teams are within the circle.
But the split between SKYROCKETs is so huge, and Falcons too. Having that single player of Never Alone really creates that information. Will now move further back, as you said, that zone going away from them. But the information gathered, regardless, against SKYROCKETs, and they will be really one of the worst off teams for this next shift.
I mean, coming around here, and this is super, super edge game, right? Everyone in the center, NASR, I mean, there's not any little bit of hard coverage here. All NASR has is the vehicle to hide behind, and they can just freely come over the top of this ridge and then shoot down upon them. The smokes, the couple that they might have and are using now, they can't bring into the late game. Only 2 behind this supercar, and not long for this world.
This is the second game, Monica, that NASR haven't had a comfortable position in on this Phase 4, Phase 5 mark. They just slapped themselves onto the front of an open expanse and hoped and prayed the teams won't shoot at them. That's not going to work in the finals. You're going to see Triple. It certainly won't work for them as a solo player. Power finds some eliminates on the way.
The only one now coming on the back end side, these trenches of Erangel 4K, though. And these are 2 teams that had to rotate all the way here from the eastern side. Alush going for the flush onto Godin, but we still have Anaconda like a snake trying to camouflage into the little bit of hard cover that he has.
4K down, yeah, player, but they can have that extra angle that it needs. They're coming in thick and fast, and Alush steps out. Anaconda's there, doesn't have the ability though, doesn't have the bullets, doesn't have the players. Alush finds the next elimination, gets back down under cover quickly though, because we know there is more players on the distance. 4K are still there, still is NIGMA, still is the rest of RTG, and it's a long way again for these players to go as it shifts back in on towards the outskirts of Ruins, and this is a dire zone. Expect to see the fishes really come out here as Power will be the first to fall inside of it.
So many teams left out of the circle, needing to prioritize getting on in, and so much water still in this end circle that we're going to see a ton of people putting their floaties on and trying to camouflage down into depths of the water. R8, though, they had a lot of time up on that Mount Everest side, needing to go for a revive now as they have about 15 seconds left before the blue zone starts to close in.
And look at Major Pride's position too, Monica. They got such a position to come on into. No one's on that northern side, and they've stealthily found themselves a way into the zone. But that south, all of those teams, it is an absolute blast of a path in.
3 eliminations found so far from RA. They need to quickly heal on up and leave these teams like Twisted Minds, like Power to the right-hand side in their dust and get a foothold within the circle. Twisted Minds staying on the bottom side of the hill, going out into the direction of NIGMA Galaxy, but it's going to be Twisted Minds to find the last one, taking Power out in 14th position.
First in the gauntlet of many is R8. Next to take a stab into the dark. It's a very deep dark indeed in GEEKAY. They're the first contenders that they will have to pass through. Full sensor into the compound as they dive on in as fast as their little legs can carry them. GEEKAY coming in behind, prepping for the fight, but on the back end of that, Conqueror is flames beside the water as RTG are looking to blow them sky high.
You can look, Falcons has finally come across the waterway, and they're using this distraction of Conquer and Road to Glory to kind of swim across the water, use their smokes too. So this is being allotted, a free rotation is being allotted to them as the grenades going back and forth. Conquer only 1 left standing.
And SKYROCKET, the solo player there, is also in clear line of RTG, so could still look for the upset if one of RTG falls. You can see them go for it, but it's from Falcons. They find the one in for the second. Conqueror's going to fall down, and Falcons swipe the victory through from RTG. And now, unfortunately, RTG down to a solo player. Will SKYROCKET begin to surface, as Falcons certainly will take the position away from Major Pride, as well as it's them who control the riverside now.
That shouldn't have happened. If Road to Glory wasn't here, Conquer would have completely prevented Falcons from coming up ashore. But instead, it's going to be Falcons to shoot them right in the back, taking this team on out. The only one they're trying to ascend up into the church area, sending up a prayer to be able to clear this out from Lord.
But Lord shuts down the entrance. That's what they need to look for. Luffy on the downside. The only one down to 1 player. Have to make the miracle push. But look at NIGMA. They're reviving. They've got the balls to do so, Monica. And they will be able to get all 4 players surely up as a result of that bravery. Only the solos on the south end to be able to capitalize from them. Falcons Meanwhile, they are sending it all through.
Oh.
RTG down back to 1 again. It's an absolute misery for RTG, but don't worry, Falcons will send you out of that misery indeed. As they bounce back, finds 1. That was a beautiful nade through from the only one on the south side. Maybe that's the entrance that they get, but they need more. They need more eliminations, and the only one is too much. There's too many players all over them.
NIGMA Galaxy completely overwhelming, the only one having nowhere left to go but up and right back into the lobby. Twisted Minds on the opposite side of the circle as we see YALLA taken out. Only 1 elimination found. Twisted Minds, they're putting on the aggression. They need to clear out this spot, and they find it by putting R8 down to only 1, and out they go in 8.
Army crashing though is crucial as Twisted Minds losing the players in their own push forward, and they're still not inside the zone. Falcons, meanwhile, up to 5 eliminations. They've still got the edge of that zone for them. Major Pride, they're trying to push further in, but Monica, Falcons are in so much control of this ocean side, and there is just so little that Major Pride can do about it. Down to 1 player, the smoke is being fired upon. They reload and fire once again, and Nomi, there's nowhere to run. The blue zone's behind him, and Falcons are in front.
Nomi, always the last player for his team. They're really feeling the pressure of losing Frozen a little too early in the match. Just hanging on by the skin of his teeth. Blue zone finally coming on in, and Falcons, I mean, 8 eliminations found so far, and they're looking to rack up everybody in the remainder of this lobby, clearing away the smoke. And Nomi, all he can do is just, I mean, I think he may be just out of meds in general because he hasn't healed up yet.
We used to call Falcons, when me and Professor Tarzan casted it last year, Monica, the kings of Erangel. Well, they are the kings here, and they are looking to cement themselves as the kings of this season. If they can only clutch out this final game, they will have such a lead ahead of them. GEEKAY though, NIGMA still in this game. Crucial that GEEKAY have a good game here to maintain a potential to come up to the lead of Falcons. They can't do it. They lose 1. There comes a second. The nades coming in through from Falcon on the back door as well, and Twisted Minds in the front. There's just too many visitors, and GEEKAY, they can't handle this amount.
Oh man, everyone just focused on the wrong fight, allowing Falcons just to kind of steamroll up over from the beach completely for free as Never Alone. They're having their eyesights onto GEEKAY. Has Gate now down to about 40% health. He's really shaking in his booth now as Twisted Minds, they're looking to come up a little bit more. They're just barely within the circle, but need to prevent NIGMA Galaxy from getting any further in.
NIGMA also looking for a big game, have the full squad available to them, but they're losing the players, they're losing the health bar. Lord finds one of Yusuf though straight back, but Hamodi crashes down. Too fast, too furious for the rest of NIGMA. As Falcons still continuing to approach in the assault. Never Alone still there, being the nuisance and allowing Falcons further forward.
Twisted Minds down to only 3. 12 eliminations found. Massive amount of eliminations as Mar. He is seeing, he gets his eyesights onto 1. Put Biggers down onto his knees. And everyone, I mean, this is smokes aplenty. Broken walls everywhere. Nobody knows where anybody is at and cannot afford any mistakes.
Fortunately for the rest of Twisted Minds, it looks like the end of the road. A flashbang over. Blinds down Dami. There comes the Molly afterwards. Damar pushes further in. Molly goes wide. The second one isn't needed because NIGMA are there in the back foot, and Dami will be sent to their knees as Freak as well. Still there. The full squad of the rest of NIGMA Galaxy still alive. Twisted Minds, sure, they may be up to 12 eliminations, but that is all they may grab here as Damar closes the net and Twisted Minds says no more. And GEEKAY inside the house, no more for them as well as they fire in, desperately trying to stop Falcons. They wait and they patiently take away the last.
Man, he could have still stayed on his belly and they would have no idea he was there because of the smoke. The Falcons gifted us 12 eliminations found, 4 found in just the last minute or so, and Never Alone. He's playing at the peak of his career as NIGMA Galaxy. They have the 4, but the solo of 4K, they're still staying real quiet right next to him.
I think Never Alone managed to survive about 5 nades, but it was the Kobe nade that got him. And talking about that Kobe potential surprise, Master is on the behind. Enigma have no idea about 4K. This could be the turn for Falcons, and 4K may deliver it on a silver platter. Enigma still very much focused on the front, but they have not checked to their side. Master is still there, and they know about everyone. When will it be the moment they strike?
This would be the upset of the century if 4K can come in and third party on this fight when they have no idea. And Falcons, they have the space, they have the sprout, they have the control here as NIGMA Galaxy is starting to rev up and starting to go.
Master has everything in their potential. He's getting so close, Monica. Nigma could spot him any moment, but he still holds firm. Nigma are still fighting versus Falcons, but their Master opens up, finds two, and that's the end, surely, for Nigma. It's an absolute glorious defeat for 4K, and Falcons are going to steal the show away with this one, you gotta believe it. 13 eliminations, they're full sending in with Powerful, the drive over the bodies, Powerful goes down, Never Alone's playing with their food as they will lose one, but they're going to take out the extra two. They fire away in a third, but it's still going to be Hamoni going down anyways. Freak's an extra full. Damar comes out, sprays him down. Freak tries his best, but Falcons still have the chicken dinner at the end of the day.
Man, Falcons is just having fun right now. They watched the elimination feed. They knew this was NIGMA Galaxy from paying attention and knowing it was them. They thought, 4 versus 4, they knew 9, so there had to be a solo somewhere. So 4K really the deciding factor. He's almost a 5th member of Team Falcons, right? Able to knock 2 just like that and turn the favor into Falcons. So, I mean, Falcons, they didn't really need a chicken dinner because they're already so high up on that leaderboards. But, I mean, this is to the absolute horror of R8 that was right below them in second.
Look, 4K just practically, I think, handed Falcons surely. Now you gotta believe, Monica, the top spot here in the season. 31 points again for Falcons. They keep doing it, and this is an absolute stormer of a lead they will have over their opponents.
I think this is the biggest game that anyone has had the entire weekend of finals, right? I think so far the top was 30 points, 15 points with the chicken dinner, and then 15 points in elimination. So they just one up themselves and every other team in this lobby. And wow, but NIGMA Galaxy, this is their best game today, finding those 6 eliminations and the second place.
Look, I mean, Nigma, as you say, right, they still get that second place, but Twisted Minds still getting 12 eliminations. This was a big game for Twisted. Yeah, they couldn't cut it towards the end. They fell down in that 5th position. Unfortunately, had Twisted Minds survived a bit longer, had there not been no solos still alive, Monica, Twisted Minds still could have also had a even more fantastic game than they already had.
Yeah, that was very surprising for me, and I love to see it. But looking at the second half of this match rankings, once again, YALLA just can't seem to pick themselves up, and it's just been just single digit points today.
Yeah, and I'm not sure really what's happened to YALLA in the finals. I would have to speak to them out of the tournament because they just have not looked on the forum. And Imperium, to go back to him, he made a crucial point about YALLA, where through seasons and seasons, Monica, they either have these amazing YALLA plays and he looked like one of the best teams or the best team in the league, and then on the other day they can have just the next day after the worst plays out of almost anyone in the league, and they could have these really poor performances. So YALLA, really the consistency is still not there for them as a whole, and you just don't know whether you're going to get a YALLA who wins a tournament like we've seen in the Global Esports Tour, or whether you're going to see YALLA like now in the finals, which just can't pick up any points.
Imperium did bring that up yesterday, and that must be so frustrating for the fans, right? Like, I really want to cheer for YALLA, but then when they play like this, it's like, maybe we should hop on the bandwagon of a different team, such as Falcons, that have been playing out of their minds.
Look, I mean, there's still 2 games, and so do the rest of these teams to pick it up and get those prizes under their belt, because it's Miramar next after a short break. Welcome back here. 2 more games to go in the finals, and it's Miramar up next with myself, Hanwolf, and Monica for the PMPL Arabia finals. But if you at home, of course, want your own musical success, well, what better way than to join in with Blackpink, who returns to the PUBG Mobile for its first virtual concert in the world. Register in-game and watch the concert online from the 22nd to the 24th and from the 29th to the 31st of July this month. Monica, you gotta like K-pop, and if you like K-pop, what better way than to jump in here?
I do. I'll say I do enjoy listening to some Blackpink, and I was making fun of Imperium yesterday because he didn't really know that much about Blackpink. So all the cool kids with me will go on our virtual tour, and Imperium can just go to bed. Yeah, I was saying Imperium, he can go to bed at a decent time and just. You know.
I mean, that's what you need to do, right? Like when you're old, like Imperium, you know, you need to get to bed at like a decent time of the day. You gotta wake up at a proper time as well, Monica.
Yeah, he's up before the break of dawn, right? And he has casted with me like North American tournaments that I've hosted. It was, you know, he'd come casting with me at, you know, 2 a.m. his time, and then he'd go to bed at like 5 a.m., you know, sort of thing. So he's definitely you know, up for any sort of PUBG Mobile action.
Yeah, Falcons, so I tell you what, they're up for success, Monica. 236 points. They are almost now really 70 points or so, 80 almost ahead of RA. You gotta believe the Falcons, with that last Erangel win, have the title now.
I think they could coast here, right? They started today with only 1 chicken dinner yesterday, and was even so above R8 with 3 chicken dinners. Yeah, they're so comfortable here, and I think it's definitely GEEKAY. I mean, their sights are on, hey, we can't catch up to Falcons, but maybe we can catch up over R8 and get that second prize pool money instead of third.
Yeah, and it matters so much, such a change in those top spots, but so is that bottom spot. So it's been changing all day, Monica. 4K now from 15th position to that 10th spot, so stealing and replacing that of Major Pride. That top 10 mark, that is what we're really looking at, because that, as we remember, is where the top 10 MEA championship spots are for this region. Monica, they've got to keep this up, though, to stay there, as it's Miramar, a really devilish one up next.
Man, Miramar, last Miramar of the entire tournament, right? So we have our ridges, we have our mountains, we have our crazy rotations that come out from Miramar. This is the last time these teams are going to have to play in this exact lobby.
Yeah, I mean, a very central playing path for all of these teams. Couldn't be nicer, honestly, Monica, if you tried. I mean, that is straight from the heavens of PUBG Mobile gods itself.
You could even parachute right into your Los Leones condo,
Exactly.
right in through the window and just straight into bed.
Dude, five stories high, and we've got a bedroom in each of those floors, because, you know, getting to bed is important.
There's a couple holes in the wall, in the floor, right? But that's okay. You know, it just makes it easy access to the first floor.
Don't look at those. Like, just look at the good parts, you know.
Oh man, the good part about Miramar, though, is that there's a lot of mountainsides, right? And you love to be on top of those because you have huge vantage points of all the area below you. You can see the teams rotating past you, and if you catch one unawares, right? Somebody driving very slowly in that, remind me, is it a beep beep bus, or is it the party bus, as Imperial?
See, this is where we get changed. This is where we have the difference. We could call it like the beep beep party bus. So like you could join them up together and have this, you could swindle them up, you know?
But like, what about what I call it? I call it the Scooby-Doo van, right? Can we call it like,
you could call it like
the beep beep Scooby-Doo party bus?
Yeah. Oh, I forgot what. Oh my days! I'm such a boomer, honestly. I forgot this. I forgot like the theme tune of it, and I was gonna be like the beep beep party bus, and then like the line from the theme tune of like
Scooby-Doo.
You know?
It's like Scooby-Doo, where are you? wait, Imperium just like stop it
it's game
now.
5, guys. It's game 5. You know, we're getting a bit delirious.
Game 5.
Yeah, game 5 moment. True.
Okay, so we're getting into our last 2 games, right?
Yep.
And this is Falcons has not a worry in the world. They've been playing the height of their career. They can really just do anything they want here.
Throw the bodies away. Like,
I guess.
That would...
If I was Falcons though, and I'm seeing a team that maybe has given them a little bit of trouble, maybe some other maps. I'm just saying, for example, let's say somebody's on the cusp of qualifying for the regional finals, right? I would be using these last 2 games to maybe target them and prevent them from coming to the finals, so they have an easier time playing once the finals do come.
I see. Okay, but for Falcons, I feel like now, is the time. Okay, hear me out.
Yeah.
Hear me out, Monica. That they could use a glider for rotations.
Yes,
because,
please.
like they don't have to worry about the points as much. So, I mean, yeah, 300 points looks pretty in all that they could break, but the glider looks even prettier.
Okay, remind me, is there gliders on Sanhok? I don't think
there is. There used to be, definitely.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure there aren't gliders on Sanhok.
I'm trying to remember the last time if I saw gliders. I was saying if there wasn't, then this is their last opportunity, right?
Yeah.
In Miramar.
I remember there used to be. 100% it used to be. And Erangel definitely does. And I am quite sad that honestly Sanhok doesn't have its own gliders. I mean, that would be a bit OP, right? Because Sanhok's like a smaller map, so you could really go the distance. You can't make the glider too good because then it actually becomes viable. So that's not really a good thing.
You may be funny. Yesterday, I know we're completely sidetracking, but yesterday I think Imperium was saying that like in Sanhok, I think it was Major Pride or someone could grab the boat and just sit out because there was so much water left in that Sanhok circle.
True.
He's like, just go on a yacht vacation to that. Instead, why don't we go on a private glider vacation, just sit in the sky forever and then finally come down when you run out of fuel.
Just defy gravity, Monica. That's exactly what you need to do. I mean, all these people, right? They're just like worrying about rotations on the ground and like things happening on the floor. Just be in the sky. Just avoid everything and then come down on like phase 9. That's exactly the strategy, Monica. You've solved it, and I'm proud of you.
I think some teams have encapsulated that kind of strategy. Not in the sky, obviously, but like Falcons, right? They really like to play that more edge game, and they don't commit too early in the circle. And obviously that has been so successful for them, being in that top spot and having such a healthy barrier between them and second place. They really, they don't panic, right? The first 4 or so circles, play their game, loot on up, and then finally when they kind of can determine where the circle will finally end up, then they kind of commit to a side of the circle and then kind of join the party.
I mean, that circle as well. Minus all our talkative. Minus all our chatting has gone up to the northern and eastern side. So going to be very comfortable. The main part really, Monica, for these teams up to the north. So POWR, also Falcons have actually made an interesting move. So they actually used to stay in towards Cruz de Val. I think because obviously they do have many points on their hand, but they're making these changes in towards Happy and the Patron and actually looking to punish or contest R8 who do drop in this location. So an interesting adaptation actually during the finals, because they didn't used to do this, at least on day number 1 when I last casted them. So this has been something they've done in the second game and now the 5th game here again.
It's interesting to change things up this late in the game, especially in the finals, because these teams have spent 3 weeks playing against each other, and beyond just PUBG Mobile Pro League PMPL, they're playing in their scrims that their communities are putting together, their community tournaments, their events and such like that. So they have so much. They have a encyclopedia on every single other team in this lab. They know how they play, where they like to go. So to change things up now, it's like, wait, this wasn't covered in lecture, like, wait, why is this on the exam now in the finals, and kind of throwing the other teams through a loop and having to make these other teams think on their feet.
Exactly, POWR making that also rotation down. And interesting, considering that POWR have a very comfortable position here in Al Azhar. I believe they're going to rotate down towards the Junkyard Hills, which is somewhere they usually try to contest in the end of phase 1 and try to stop these wider rotations, right, from teams still coming up through the south end who may also be looking for a similar location. Falcons, nevertheless, are also going to make their own rotations even further, RTG joining them. So both of these teams opting to actually avoid Picado Hill this time around, and for the most part, very much focused still about this kind of happy end of the Patron junction.
the center of the circle, getting a little more dense, a little bit more populated by these teams, and it is harder to rotate at Miramar. You've seen those huge mountains, like kind of ridge lines, and we've all been there. We got our cars stuck on the ledge, and you needed to, call your teammate 911. Hey, give me a bump so you can get me out of this situation. So a lot of these teams, I like how they're prioritizing rotating in the early game before there's a ton of teams set up all the way around them, and they might be caught off rotation.
Especially considering actually a lot of these teams haven't focused on mainly that Picado Hill, and that surprises me more. So squads like GEEKAY, who are still maybe focusing around this Picado, this looting phase, whereas they've not chosen or opted, even the likes of Twisted Minds, to go for these kind of high ground positions and make those earlier rotations in the end of phase 1, coming into phase 2. Now, Picado Hill, fairly centralized into the zone, so you expect it's not going to shift away in phase 2, and again, the information that provides would be so crucial on these mainline roads that actually Twisted Minds are covering right now.
I wouldn't be surprised if some of these teams like SKYROCKET, like, NIGMA Galaxy, maybe identifying, hey, maybe this northern side circle is going to be pretty in the open, might kind of rotate a little bit further on up, and that's exactly where SKYROCKET is going to go. Circle is going to close in this time, back coming into the center area, but it's going to be right on R8, having a really prime positioning up on the hills of San Martin.
Yeah, so for the likes of NIGMA right now is we actually have to stop because POWR here over Junkyard Hills looks over Saif, and won't be able to find that elimination as both of them currently trading a position. However, smoking the vehicle for Saif, so will be blowing up and won't really have an exit. So needs now the support of the rest of their players to be able to escape from the meantime. Tarn also coming up with a vehicle, looks for the exit. Is both of these teams really can't find each other, and with that now, the second zone moniker, it's likely that the teams over towards the opposite end, they're going to be able to have their own positions, so will the middle be encapsulated. And I have a feeling that a lot of these teams, they may try to go for these wider rotations on the south end in towards La Bendita and try to maybe circumvent that zone in some ways.
A lot of these teams are playing way more passive than, remember the Miramar that we had earlier today, the first one? It was just action from minute 1. Here, I think everyone's realizing, hey, we got 2 more games to go. We really cannot afford to be making mistakes or wasting any sort of resources. And everyone's just really giving a healthy amount of room from each other. We haven't had a single player go out of the lobby yet.
Yeah, I mean, you saw how much a good game can make a difference, Monica. OOREDOO Thunders, they had a win on Sanhok. They went from 10th to 4th position. So not only, of course, the qualifying spots for MEA Championship, but the money that goes up from a jump like that too.
Even the bragging rights, you're like, oh, we did better than this team that we're fighting. And I mean, everything is on the line for these teams. And I think this is definitely mentally exhausting to be playing 6 games a day for the last 3 days. We're finally at the finish line, so they just need to really just push a little bit more and make the most out of this Miramar and the Sanhok in the neck.
And especially considering that Sanhok is after such a volatile map, really Miramar is your map that you can get maybe a bit more of a consistent result on, and teams still going to be very much focused on Miramar, more so because they will have more comfortability with this map more so than Sanhok for many of these teams.
YALLA just doing YALLA things, and we've got one blown out, one almost getting knocked down. That was a very, very opportunistic, or just optimistic lean out while being shot at from CONQUEROR. So good thing for him, not putting his team in a terrible spot where 2 players are knocked by themselves here. But CONQUEROR, they've got them completely surrounded in the graveyard area.
It just feels like YALLA have almost, I don't want to say it, but if given up, Monica, they just don't feel like the team that has been making the pushes, have been making the plays. You sort of saw it at the start of the day, and they're trying now. Now, if YALLA, they can make me eat my words, or as CONQUEROR almost missed an nade onto himself, that could have been dire. But if YALLA can, of course, make this work, make a successful push, then I'll be happy. I'll be able to start to believe in YALLA more. But that idea of a successful push just hasn't been the case. And I mean, at least from the end of the elimination feed, Major Pride stepping up. But other team in the bottom is they take out the only one down in that 16th spot.
before the circle popped up, both of these teams, they weren't really fighting for anything, right? They were well within the circle, not really playing for location, didn't really need to finish the fight or do anything. Now that the circle has gone off of them, both of the teams need to find a way to just kind of gentleman's agreement or clear up the fight and rotate in the next one, because right now, I mean, this is sitting real nice and pretty for teams like 4K or like Falcons.
Look, I mean, could you imagine if the zone is going to go into the likes of actually Hacienda here, and you have all of these teams playing out a city finish? I mean, it's not Los Leones, but it gets close enough when it comes to Highland Wolf's expectations here, you know? I mean, Los Leones was long lost out of the first phase.
I could hear Highland Wolf go on and on about Los Leones all day, but here we have Walmart version of Los Leones. Fury the Thunder setting it up the hillside. NASR there, not getting any luck on catching them in a vehicle off rotation as they're left in their dust on the outside of the circle.
Unfortunately for OOREDOO, though, that final bullet catches out Hamco, and Gringo will be the one to send them packing, but as they go down even worse, they try to revive Hamco, and Smoker will fall as well to Falcons. So for the rest of OOREDOO, they make a desperate push in, but it's only to their deaths as GEEKAY lay away the next compound for them in an absolute disaster for them.
This is an example of panicking, right? They saw the circle hard shift off to them, and then just everyone just sent it, try to find somewhere, and they went out in a matter of seconds. Let's take a look at the replay. Milky Ways. What is he? Just one-man army and the only one. What is going on with them?
1v4 through the replay. I mean, Milky Way just absolutely put on a clinic versus them. It's a shame we didn't get to see it, Monica, because that looked epic. Is unfortunately the only one not so great for them to be on the opposite end of that replay feed as GEEKAY. Bit of a panic for them too, as they did lose a member. They've got them back up, but SK Ton just absolutely no chance to be brought back.
I mean, that was great from GEEKAY, right? Putting themselves up in a spot, RA caught completely unawares, so really just capitalizing on the mistakes and the obliviousness of R8. We do see NASR now opening the fight with Triple Esports, though, on the other side of the circle.
Yeah, crucial to remember as well that our final team here, Major Pride, making it into the zone. So all 14 teams, there we are inside now. The zone is this next phase will shift across, but it's that southern part really that is the chaos of Triple and RTG still trying to navigate their way across this Picado Hill. Triple much worse off because RTG just naturally do have the high ground advantage.
They do. They're literally fighting a uphill battle, right? As everyone looking at the map has come now down, giving it now to a team like GEEKAY right in the middle on that high upper ground as Triple Esports. I mean, they just find any sort of crevice, any sort of nook and cranny outside the circle, and just, I mean, all they can do is just wait for Road to Glory to forget about them and come in on their backside.
Nate goes into a tickle for Clever, puts him down to half HP. Triple slowly navigating this summit, but RTG firmly on top still. They will have to move, so I suspect that RTG may try to divert Triple and make their move back across into this next zone. Stop Triple D from a new location as GEEKAY on the other end have been found out, have been breached, and NIGMA. Where was this? Where was NIGMA when it came to them coming into the compound? And unfortunately for GEEKAY, down to only 2 members.
I mean, now NIGMA Galaxy has been forced into this room with no exit, right? It's just that one door. They did close that iron door, keeping themselves a little bit safe from the grenades, but both these teams are 2v2 in this one warehouse.
Down with RTG watching. R8 are also there, even over the top, but I think that Prestige, Ragnar, Ida, they're beginning to hear those shots. They're coming further in. Ragnar gets tickled by the flames, so we'll have to walk back once more. Guy covers the entrance for them as both NIGMA players not willing to move. Both of them still falling short.
I like this. They have one on door duty and the other one on resources, you know, bouncing it off the wall and trying to find GEEKAY if they hear the footsteps creeping on closer. But I think it's a little bit of a stalemate here as we now come over onto Road to Glory. Triple Esports coming ever more closer together.
Major Pride as well. They've actually decided to wrap it away from the road side. They come all the way south. And now RTG, Triple, they've been forced into really more of a fight to clean this up quickly. But RTG, they go too quick, too much. And now they will lose a player down to 2. And Major Pride, as we said, coming in off the back of this, turns it even to a worse situation for them.
Major Pride, I mean, they're at 5 eliminations. They are doing really, really well this match. I want to see them continue to do this as, you know, they've kind of found their groove. They're just this hyper-aggressive team. They found themselves on the high upper ground. So while Road to Glory was completely distracted by Triple Esports, now they come in and we saw Milky Way just infamously tearing apart the only one and looking for more.
And we need this for Major Pride too. This is their second to last game. They came into the last game in 15th position, Monica. If they don't get a good position here, you really feel for what was a top 5 team, as we say, coming into these finals. SKYROCKET will be the next to fall away. So at least Major Pride having a bit more leverage as more teams clearing the path for them. And more importantly, yes, Triple and also RTG down to 2 players.
6. They've got the ridgelines now, but where they overtook it from Road to Glory, they now need to overtake it from R8 because we have D7 in the distance. You could still make some visualizations onto him. I think everyone is waiting for this next circle though and seeing where they're going to have to go. Let's come back this time onto San Martin, right onto the edges of the circle as Road to Glory losing yet another member.
Still going to be inside of that warehouse. Very, very prominent location for a lot of those teams to want to take care of. Also, the hillsides are still there. So many teams, I assume, Monica, are going to continue to avoid that city, avoid being locked down inside a compound as the zone still is undecided. Meanwhile, though, Triple have a decision, and that only decision is to push into Major Pride because they have nowhere else to go. No vehicles or nothing. Utility running out, and Frozen Yen, they just have such a stranglehold over these 2 players.
Triple Esports has nowhere left to go up top. They could push on, try to get Frozen. They need that knock onto him. However, they've got Yen. They've got all the overwatches from the top side, not letting them get any more room. However, the assist does come out from NASR, getting a knock onto Frozen this time, and this could be the opportunity for Triple Esports to sneak their way in.
And it will confirm it, but Major Pride, nevertheless, Monica, they're up to 8 eliminations. And maybe, yes, a bit of an over-aggressive play onto Triple. NASR finding that punish, but Major, they look on form, and if they can continue to maybe pick apart NASR, it's going to be difficult, but they can still continue to climb on this leaderboard. On the other end, though, POWR, who also need to climb back up here. They've been dropping so far today, but Falcons of all opponents are in their way.
And the way Falcons has been playing, if I was a team like POWR and get the information that this is Falcons right next to me, I'd be running the opposite direction, right? I'm like, I don't want any piece of them. But POWR, they're going to have a little bit more of the circle to hold on to. NASR focusing their attention. I believe this is on Major Pride as Triple Esports has now creeped right on below NASR.
NASR, big risk to get over that nade. They almost lose the player, a few more shots, but they get back under. Triple still behind both of these teams. Coming up, it is a long journey, but they've made it onto the edge. Yawazo has been caught for 1. Falcons also going to find one to POWR through the elimination feed. As that fight kicks up again as Major already moving though further afield as they do not want this fight versus NASR. They know they need to get in onto the zone as phase 5. It is right behind them, and Triple will help them out here as they find the elimination onto 1. Looks for the second. That should be able to help the rest of Major finish off that extra player. Now they will fall in for Triple off the back of the fight of Major, and now saved Major.
Man, Triple Esports not giving, not really paying back NASR where they originally helped them before against Major Pride, coming on their back end side. No love lost. Everyone's our enemy in this circle. Miracle trying to clear this up, trying to go for the flush onto Yen, but forgetting he's getting shot in the back, and out goes NASR in 10th position.
Milky Way and Nomi are still up. They still have 2 players alive, but it is a disaster of a position. Milky Way goes way too high up, gets punished by Ari immediately for that over-aggression for the loot box in. Now down to 1, which is not in the best of positions. Nomi all alone, but they've not got the back flank position overall, and now Major have to survive this solo. Back down, though, into the more of the buildings, into more of the San Martin compound. 4K making their own moves, trying to relocate into the next house along.
This is the dangers of overcommitting to the city too early in the game, right? 4K all slumped on this side of the ridge. They've got one member of POWR in front of them, Conqueror, keeping them from getting any closer. And cannot forget about Falcon Golden coming on the inside, though. And actually, the elimination was stolen away from POWR by the likes of Conqueror.
Oh, and Falcons are here as well for 4K. It only gets worse, Monica. They got two full teams around them, and Conqueror had absolute control over the outskirts of this San Martin side, and you can see the angles onto that window. Even stole away, as you said, a kill or the elimination onto POWR. It's 4K. Darby really the only one on the front lines left. It's dodging out the nades. Almost went down to one earlier, but Falcons here really does create a problem. Does not want to make the sounds, but does want to keep Falcons away at bay. Will send the nades across, but it's not finding the mark.
I love this play from Falcons, keeping two, like the headquarters in the back, dispatching. We have Yusuf and Never Alone coming right up into the faces of Conqueror and 4K. The battle of the city as GEEKAY and NIGMA Galaxy still in a stranglehold within this warehouse. We're on our 6th, about to go into the 7th. Only 16 players left alive.
And 10 eliminations for Falcons. They keep on doing it, Monica. They keep on having these good games in these finals. And for R8, in that second position, it's all about just trying to keep ahead of the curve of those teams behind them. 5 for themselves as they're in an awkward position themselves. But Falcons, no fear as they come slowly up the top of the hill. Demar on the back, Yusuf on the front. Demar takes the nade almost in the face. Blue zone behind him could cause problems as Rio on the other end for Conqueror still is keeping an eye here for R8, pushing him down into the opposite angle as they finally begin to surface into the building, the blue zone, forcing them further forward.
R8 finally forced off the mountainside, and they've come to join the party. The stalemate that has happened here. Falcons, though, we have Darby with 4K getting knocked out, and you have to say thank you very much and collecting up on the elimination with Falcons. I mean, when you're at the top of the food pyramid like they are, there is nothing stopping them from mopping up all the points in this lobby.
Conqueror beginning to step down, but the claws, they are so huge from Falcon. They are so dangerous from Falcon here, Monica. R8 still not figured out a way to get behind this wall and along into the compound. GEEKAY still keeping them at bay. No entrance in here. NIGMA still not moved either. Is finally R8 find one onto GEEKAY Ragnar. That will be the flush through. Falcons will even steal it onto Ragnar. All the hard work being done, but Falcons are here to clean up the prey.
They split half and half, right? Sent 2 across the roadside, having a foothold into the circle, but leaving the other, Demar and Yusuf, back on that side, waiting for Conqueror to finally have to make their crosses around. R8, though, they're able to clean up onto GEEKAY, and they have to remember, though, NIGMA Galaxy is still on the left-hand side.
They're not done yet, and here R8 versus NIGMA, waking up the blue zone behind them, but there's nowhere to run. They are being shot down, and NIGMA, they're trying their best. He's tanking up base 7 blue zone, but it's too much, too little, too late. And R8 up to 8.
Little Seller not giving them enough time out in this match as Falcons now, they're reaping the benefits of their patience in finding the members of Conquer. Currently, they're trying to run out into the smokes completely open. They want to go for the flushes here, but the play zone is going to be taking them out as well. One player left from Conquer and trying to survive against this deadly lobby.
Conqueror making their slow move forward, but Falcons, that's a big knock. At least one returned either inside the truck, finds a sneaky one, but it's going to need to be more than that as Falcons still have the players on hand. Demar, never alone, still the third in the back line, still single-handedly Yusuf there versus Rio as Rio misses a nade. Now Yusuf steps forward, steps back, rethinks the decision. It's all the while it's a 2 versus 2, but never alone. Down again, and R8 they're pushing forward, but it's a long haul for them versus Falcons.
Prestige now putting down with the headshot from Damar Yusuf, finding out that last member Conqueror. I mean, it's Falcons and it's against R8, our top 1 and 2 teams of the lobby, both vying for that top spot in this map.
Damar searching, sidestepping, but it's not good enough. A single HP remains for either, and that's all that he needs. Is now powerful, steps up, 50 eliminations despite this, and he pops Vandar down. Alright, Ida will fall as well, and it's another 31-pointer back-to-back, Monica.
I think, if you correct me if I'm wrong, I think they ended up with 17 eliminations right at the end there. So Falcons, I mean, there's no stopping them. I think this is Falcons is just having the time of their lives, steamrolling through all the teams in the lobby, and everyone else is like, you can have it. Like you just keep soaring higher and higher, and right now they're just competing with themselves.
Look, Falcons are on an entirely different level, Monica, when it comes to these finals. It seems like they woke up because they were coming into these finals nowhere near the top. They missed week 1, Monica, when it came to the Super Weekend. This looks like an entirely different team in these 3 days.
Wow, I mean, they won the last one with 16 eliminations, right? That one was already the record breaker of most amount of points in one match, 31. So now they just lifted the bar up to 32 points. But let's go ahead and highlight R8. I think this is their best game today with 9 elims in the second and 21 points.
And for CONQUEROR Iraq also in Major, getting that 3rd and 4th position, Monica, they needed these 2 teams to lift themselves up in these final 2 games because they were falling behind in Major, as we said, particularly down at the very bottom, really, of that leaderboard. So to get those 11 eliminations on board for them as well really highlights the aggressiveness and the success that Major Pride can have when they are given these kind of snowball-esque games to roll away with those eliminations.
Of course, we've seen the teams that did very, very well this second to last match. Let's take a look at the ones that were not so lucky. OOREDOO Thunders, they had, a great game previously. They were winning the Sanhok match earlier, and here they coming in with a small 0-point game. And I mean, the second half, I mean, YALLA, I mean, I think they've had 5 points today across 5 matches.
Yeah. I mean, it's just not good enough, quite frankly, a 1-point average across 5 matches. YALLA, they have underperformed, and we really aren't expecting them to perform in this last game. The fight, the race, really, for that top 10, Monica, is elsewhere, and it's about those teams like Major Pride and CONQUEROR to step it up. But if you at home want your own rewards, you want to make sure you have your own success. Well, what better way than to get your own rewards with our Iraq sponsor team, of course, in the show respect of the Iraqi people. The first time is we collaborate with the Iraq football team. You can get in-game items since the H5 event launch on the 22nd of July. But remember, don't forget to follow the community tournament of the Iraq football theme from the 19th to the 25th of July. Monica, I mean, it's about representation. It's about getting a judge on board, getting the in-game rewards, of course, for you at home, because there's only a short amount of days to be able to get those awards. 2 more.
Last days a ticking, and you love to see when esports meeting, more traditional sports. But I mean, this is we're down to the wire, Highland Wolf. We're on to our last game of the day.
Last game of the day, Sanhok, baby. It is time almost after one short break away.
Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is will you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when the punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this
Welcome back here to the finals here for the final game, of course, of Sanhok here at the PMPL Arabia Finals. Myself, Highland Wolf, and Monica alongside you. And Monica, it's come down to this last game, but it wouldn't be anything this tournament without, of course, the phone down below. The Oppo Reno 7 with upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports 2022, as well as our, of course, designated official energy drinks partner, the official Monster Energy drink. Monica, it's Sanhok. One last game, as we said, for everything to be decided.
If we had an instance where, hey, a team needs to hot drop on another to, get above them in the standings, get a little bit more of that prize pool, or even qualify into that regional final slot, Sanhok is not the map that I would want to do it, right? Sanhok is very unpredictable, very just third-party central, so I'm ready for this last match, Highland Wolf.
Look, it could not be more chaotic than Sanhok here too, Monica, and I'm here for it. I mean, Imperium, if he was here, he would be concerned. He would try to do his magic and bring away the evil that we shall bring here, Monica, because you know, and I know you, Monica, you like those mean zones, and I have a feeling that you want one.
I'm what did you guys call me? I am like the sadistic one, and I really like to see these kind of fun things happen. And I mean, Team Falcons, they've been the most sadistic of this entire lobby, because look at that. I can't even do quick math right now, but that is almost like a 90, 80 some point difference between them in second place.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, 4 chicken dinners, I think, says enough. 2 chicken dinners today, Monica, says enough. And both of those chicken dinners were big ones. They were a 31 and a 32 pointer, so nothing to set aside that. And Falcons very firmly, I think, now in that championship position. No surprises, but for that second position, all right, they still need a good game, because GEEKAY, they have a phenomenal game, and for crucially, GEEKAY, if NIGMA have a phenomenal game here, suddenly that top 3, that top 2 position still could change.
Okay, so the more interesting part about this, though, is that top 10 qualify for regional finals, right? And look how close the numbers are from 10th place Road to Glory, 109 points, to, I would say, 14th place Major Pride. That is only a 13-point difference. I think that 10 slot Road to Glory that they have, it's not, they don't have that in the bag yet. They still need to keep in mind those 6 teams underneath them that could still potentially climb over them.
Yeah, so many changes can be made on that second half of the leaderboard, and as you say, that's where it really does count for those qualifying positions to the MEA Championship. Side note, that dog was also very pretty. I love a good Doge flying down the air to set us off into the mood for the final game.
It was holding on for dear life. He's like, "Don't leave me behind to have to fight against these other people in the lobby." But we're gonna have a far northeastern circle. Remember, the last one ended up right around that cave area. So this one finally playing into the hands of teams like R8, the only one in Conquer.
But I'm just more surprised at the fact that you see all those stats, by the way, on the left of your screen, and there's a Falcons member or 2 or even 3 on all of them.
Yes. They're just really going for the, hey, most amount of FaceTime on
Exactly.
the broadcast and just showing off their organization for the world.
Look, I mean, Falcons have stood up, I think, high and above everyone else in this final series. I mean, it's been a phenomenal 17 games for them. Got to see if they'll still to show away from this last one. It's changed a few of the overall drop spots. I mean, certainly a older drop spot for the only one, splitting Luffy back down further away from their team. Also, again, RCG consistently going to look for what will be a 2-1 split here going apart for them. And for the side of Major Pride as well, going for a 2-2 split. The only other one I'm questioning is that SKYROCKET's one of their players, Monica, they seem to have fallen asleep because one's still parachuting.
I think this was the, I came back from the bathroom. When the match has started,
excuse.
He's running. He was the last one to the
He's
plane.
Holding his phone, and he runs and he drops his phone.
He's like, "I'm coming, I'm coming. Yeah. Wait for me."
Exactly.
Oh, man.
It happens to the best of us.
It does. And as we're looking here, YALLA, the one that should have been the best in this lobby for sure, is currently just, I don't know what's going on here, but they certainly, instead of sending the 4 into boot camp, I think they're going to spend this last, because there's really not much hope for them to make it into that top 10, I would say.
I think
here they're just, I think that here this is Road to Glory. Remember, they're on that 10th spot, and just to get that little bit of revenge against Road to Glory, we're gonna go after you and maybe mess around with your spot in the top 10.
Right, especially considering that RTG aren't solidified, should I say, into that top 10, Monica. They still need a good game here, and for YALLA to aggressively hunt them down could be a strategy in its own. You can see the 2 players have gone far into that try compound.
Sometimes it's not the team that has everything to gain, but the team that has nothing to lose that will just go after
so many times.
You can't even predict. Yeah, you just can't even predict what they're going to do.
I feel like that's the story for every time at the end of a tournament, Monica, is always the ones at the end that you thought, okay, they're out of the tournament. And they come in with a surprise. They come in with like a 35-pointer game. We were like, where was this at the start of the finals? Where were you in game number 1? This is game number 15, guys.
This is literally giving a head start to everyone else in the lobby, but it's become kind of a pattern with a lot of these teams. Once they back themselves into the corner with nowhere to go, did so poorly, it's like, okay, finally, let's at least do well this one match, even though it's way too late to really even climb up on the leaderboard.
Look, I mean, better late than never was the phrase I was going to say. Well, never late.
Yeah.
But, well, I mean, they certainly are late when it comes to YALLA and their points overall. I mean, there's still one more chance. We got to give it to them. There's still one more chance, and it's not over. So the fat lady sings, as Imperium would say.
we can always count on Imperium on his boomer sayings and adding a little spice to the broadcast, right? So, Major Pride. They made this rotation, I want to say yesterday, in the first Sanhok match, and it did not go well for them. They had them driving up on this coastline, and we had YALLA actually still on that coastline, and they were able to shoot down it on the hill. I think this time they've either they don't really care, or they've been able to get, identify that, hey, YALLA has already gone out of boot camp, already gone over to that eastern side. This way it's going to be clear for us to rotate.
Major Pride, yeah, indeed, as you say, have gone very far up towards this kind of northern boot camp side. Also, I think the changes really haven't been all that much from the other teams. Yeah, sure, we talk about, I think, the only one who actually come together slightly quicker, you could argue, has been the only real change. Also, CONQUEROR are much more condensing on triple esports, as they still are to come out of that southern side. So actually, I think that this other change by CONQUEROR, an interesting one in the sense that, yeah, sure, no eliminations really are happening right now, but for Triple's escape route, it's a very awkward exit.
The stakes are higher for Triple Esports because they are not in that top 10 versus Conqueror, who already is. So for them, they definitely need to come out of this alive. And another team that really needs to do that is going to be YALLA, because they would need a massive, massive game right here on Sanhok to even imagine getting up in that top 10.
Yeah, I mean, they would need, Monica, I think we're talking about...
Let's do the math.
Not just the biggest game this tournament, possibly the biggest game ever in PUBG history to get into that top 10. I mean, they had their chance, okay? It's now up to whether Triple can be able to get into that top 10. And Triple certainly have been dipping in and outside of that top 10. They've had a few games where they were there on the leaderboard, but they've not been consistent enough. And it's that consistency that is what is keeping them outside of that top 10 currently.
And what we can consistently count on is this engagement between YALLA and Road to Glory, Saif Jirai. I mean, we've seen the strategy come out from a lot of teams where they send one in a car real close to the other team to get the information and get where the shots are at. Unfortunately here, flying a little bit too close to the sun and getting taken out. Now a 3 versus 2 advantage to Road to Glory.
And they have still a compound, crucially RTG, the defenders, and they've already been able to dispatch of one of those attackers for the meanwhile. Qatar jumping up, trying to find the position. Unknown taken back down as well as Bumper was there on the sideline. Sanji behind. They are looking to solo out this single player of Unknown. If they can find them, that does grant them an entrance in. Unknown still barely alive. They'll grab Volt as well, even too. And actually for YALLA, if they can keep Bumper up here, they can bring down that solo of Unknown, who's still somehow there. Finally will go down. They will be able to bring a further position into this compounders. Fortunately, though, Unknown keeping themselves alive for so long, Volt was able to get back into the seclusiveness of that compound itself, and RTG back up to 3.
Save, sacrifice not being wasted as they do find it. Now it's a 3 versus 3. I mean, Road to Glory, they're being put on the defensive, right? They're running back from the onslaught of YALLA as Nabu, he's a little bit by himself here as YALLA has now come into the compound.
And YALLA very favorable in the overall aggression of this fight, and they do so again. They take down Aram and RTG for falling apart in his final game to YALLA.
Ooh.
With a sneaky place underneath the shack. Volt has him. But so does Katana. Spy each other, and Nava inside is all but out of the equation because the other two have their number as well. And Volt, the only one alive, they go back up, but they're told sit straight back down as Katana and YALLA strike down first blood.
Okay, let's identify. Road to Glory was in that 10th spot to go into the regional finals. Every team below them, remember we said all the way from Major Pride, Twisted Minds, Triple Esports, SKYROCKET, is celebrating seeing them go down in the elimination fee because this is their chance to get those however many single-digit points to get up into that top 10.
And that's crucial for these teams who need it. I mean, it's absolute commiserations for RTG. They needed those points and they needed to take out YALLA. But as you said at the earlier parts of this game, Monica, it's that team that has nothing to lose. It can be so aggressive and not really care. Is NASR also going to find one of FALCONS? Is FALCONS getting themselves caught out?
One elimination found so far. I mean, they're after you take out Road to Glory, NASR is one of the next teams on the chopping block, only at 104 points right now. They need to get a little bit more points here, but looks like they're fighting against the Titans of the lobby, Falcon, who can put an end to the rampage of Falcons than NASR.
Yeah, I mean, also, I love how evil our producers are, by the way, Monica. They haven't decided to show the top scores on the top of your screen, so we don't know. I know. It's all in the secrecy of this final game until the results afterwards.
I mean, you're on the edge of our seats.
I know.
I'm on the edge of the seats. They're just all waiting to see who will be crowned I would say crown the champions, but we already know that's going to be Falcons. Like, who will be the top 10 that we shall see continue to compete in regional finals?
Got to get a bum back down on the seat, Monica, because there's still this final Sanhok game to go. And it is going to be in true finals fashion, confirmed down into the main portion of Sanhok itself. So it's not going to be on those Western Islands. I highly doubt it's a 0.256% of that little sliver of land mass in the northwest.
But you know your streak, right? Your vibe. You mentioned it on stream, and it could possibly happen.
I feel like less than 1% is like not enough for it. I don't have like that much power because I've already expelled a lot of my power, Monica, throughout the rest of the tournament. So I'm kind of like running on low right now. I need to recharge by the end of this one.
You're running on low battery, yellow battery blinking.
Yeah,
right
the evil
here.
battery is running out.
Well, to the joy of these teams in this last Sanhok match, they're going to have a fairly more easier circle, as it's just going to be, you know, just right in the general area of Paradise Resorts, around just kind of North Quarry area. Falcons down to only 2, just seeing a little ankle of Triple Esports, and continue to run on back because they know they don't have the manpower to take on this fight.
Falcons still kind of moving about here with a bit more of a leeway in not really care as much. You can see 2 of the players, unfortunately, have felt that pain from the rest of NASR and co. So they will be running a bit short on the old numbers, but they still have a position in this zone. Going to be more awkward coupled by the fact that they are surrounded by both of those 2 full squads. You can see the difficulty of Falcons, and even 4K here coming up too to try and navigate out of this position. You really do want a zone that comes up towards the northern side to try draw NASR and triple away.
You know what Falcons needs right now?
Well,
they need gliders to fly out of
they
this
do. Oh
this
my
Bermuda
days.
Triangle of teams and just whoop and come over the top and land right next to, right into the center. Yeah, that's what they need.
10% better at it. Sanhok gliders confirmed. Next update, of course, 100% not a bait.
I would love to see it for the last match, but let's hop on to, in all serious business. We do have CONQUEROR fighting for their lives as YALLA still within the compounds here. Remember, they're put down to 3 earlier in the match, but we got Twisted Minds coming in from Painan that's just lingering in the distance as well.
Falcons are still lingering themselves versus Triple. You can see all of these teams very hesitant to make those big plays forward. Maybe if they were in the first Sanhok game, the first day, they'd be more willing to make those big pushes. And Falcons slowly but steadily, they do find a one of Triple away. The rest of Triple already on next mark to that zone because we're going down in towards the barn location. Monica, they've got a bit of deja vu, quite frankly, because this is where they spawned in.
Oh, true. There's like, we come right on back to the beginning, back to the basics here. We are, Kalaga though, finds a knock on the GEEKAY we saw rotating out in the distance, but they need to turn their sights on this fight with YALLA and clear this one up.
Crucial for CONQUEROR to win here, but YALLA, they take a 1-for-1 trade. Boompa cannot trade more. Catan up on the back end will find a second in YALLA, but playing like a different team when they got nothing to lose for. Unfortunately, though, Catan, I may have cast a curse too quick because there comes NASR in all respect to send them packing.
Yeah, it was a third party from Twisted Minds. Like, I saw them in the distance. I think they heard the shots and they could smell the blood in the water and they wanted a part of this. But, they don't want to bite off a little more than they can chew and chose not to engage where they know CONQUEROR is going to be weak, but they don't want another team like NASR. Don't want to give them the opportunity to crash up on their backside.
Falcons still meandering their way through quietly, you could argue, through this final game. It's a victory walk, you could say, Monica, if you would like, for these final 2 players, or a victory drive, a victory motorcycle ride through the hills. Is up they go. It's a peaceful game for Falcons. They've got nothing to lose. 4K though, on the other hand, they still need those points, and they're very patiently hoping the Falcons will overstep here.
Please don't see us, but I mean, I was gonna say, talk about the potato, but he was able to get the last couple of shots right there. And Falcons, I mean, it's the end of the life of the Falcons in their life journey, but I think they've made quite the legacy for themselves up until this match. So they're just gonna go out, but I think it's okay for the Falcons because they're already so far up the leaderboard.
They definitely won't play the best. They definitely won't play like the Falcons we know that game.
YALLA.
That was like we'll walk around there, Sanhok, and we'll see how long we'll live game. But for the rest of these teams, there's still a lot of the stakes of this game. As you said, the top 10 is where it's at. We are kind of moving away from Barn, but just above it towards this hillside, which cuts right across the middle of this. So very, very important of a position for these teams to really look to hold. Now, I'm expecting Conqueror POWR to move along towards this hillside to maintain that control of it and to hold a lot of these other teams coming in, because the outskirts of this zone, particularly the South, Monica, is still going to be fairly open and susceptible to these teams coming up.
R8, they're pretty spread out here, and I want them to be careful here because teams can just kind of crash up on here while they're kind of having this 2-2 split in the late game. GEEKAY, after losing one, a little bit less of fragging power. Remember, this is our team in 3rd place. They really need to hold it and make sure a team right below them, like NIGMA Galaxy, doesn't doesn't overleap them in the standing.
Very crucial. A few of these other compounds as well, Monica, still available. A triple not opting to go for it. I mean, yeah, sure, that compound is pretty juicy on that eastern side. However, you also have to imagine it is surrounded by those cliffs. So if triple go there, they are really confirming their position there, and to escape from that location on more of a westerly shift could be more difficult if teams do take up those cliffs around them. So I like that triple actually has us hovering around the idea so that we can still rotate back if need be to them, but understand that that zone could still shift elsewhere.
We have our two teams, SKYROCKET and Triple Esports, pretty close to each other. And these are the two teams that were right below Road to Glory. Like, they're still trying to find their top 10 finish to make it into regional finals. Major Pride, though, they need a massive game here. And unfortunately for them, coming out into, basically open into the rocks with zero information and leaving them with only one player left alive.
Major Pride down to 1 is well, down to 0. It's 1 minus 1 is 0. And unfortunately, Major Pride has solved the equation. Congratulations.
Nice 5th grade level
Quick
math,
maths,
that we got going on here. But NIGMA Galaxy, they're certainly doing the math here, and what they're very famous for doing is having this med strat going on. So, at the beginning of every set, that's what they do. They have Freak or they have Lord. All they do is just collect first aids the entire match and prepare for this match. You see him out in the blue zone right now on the bottom of the mini map, and he's doing the med strat.
Still, I mean, do the med strat all you like, NIGMA. It's working for them. I mean, it's worked for them so many times. Yeah. It's not the classiest of strats, we've got to admit, but it is successful. And that is what counts, Monica, at the end of the day. Success is everything.
This circle, though, I mean, the only team that has it is going to be Conqueror, right? And look at the northern side. All these teams just tearing each other to shreds. Out goes GEEKAY out of the lobby as R8. Actually, sorry, GEEKAY still has one left alive. It's only going to be Gay. If I had one player left alive for my team, if I was on GEEKAY, I would want it to be Gay the Train.
Look, I mean, GEEKAY, they've done phenomenally still as well, Monica. They're going to at least be surely really in that top 3 position. Unless NIGMA have a fantastic game, they could. I mean, they've got a strategy, right? It's Sanhok. They could overtake them. That's the only other concern. But GEEKAY, if they can survive, they get even another elimination on top. They'll take out the yards, and that makes it harder.
Yeah, 2 eliminations found before R8 puts GEEKAY down back into the lobby. Twisted Mind, they're coming on the backside of Team Conqueror all the way from Painan. 4 eliminations found so far. And remember, Conqueror, they lost a member earlier, right? So they're already at a little bit of a disadvantage against their fight.
Yeah, 4 points so far for GEEKAY. NIGMA, they're going to need a few eliminations to be able to capitalize on overtaking the rest of GEEKAY as a whole. And taking out triple is a good way to do it. They will find the extra bullets, but Ralph is already on the back there, crashes the vehicle, realizes it's better just to run, but running is not where you need to go. It's triple, they shoot them in the back and they take one away. They look for even more, and triple know that they're out, but they will try their best to confirm. They will try their best to punish a bit more as Ali stepping out. Clever's not even going to give away the elimination points.
Circle coming up to the northern side, Triple Esports. This is a team that really wanted to make it into the top 10, but goes out a little bit too early. Not enough points. Lord finds himself knocked on down. So it's all up to Freak now out in the blue zone to met his team up way past the 8th position mark to get as many points as possible.
Yeah, and they need to make sure that they at least take about 11-point game above what actually GEEKAY did. So they're really looking about 11 points here to be able to confirm that top 3 for themselves. It would be a big game that they still need to have for them. They're down to only 1 player, and for SKYROCKET as well, they're down to 0.
Oh, this was another team that needed to get in that top 10 because that Road to Glory going out first was their opportunity to get in. So I mean, the only team that can really do it now to that you know, Road to Glory is hoping don't do well is Twisted Minds, and they've already lost 1 player here. They've got 3 left alive. So if they can get some more points here, I think Road to Glory is going to is feeling the pressure right now.
Indeed, I think Road to Glory, realistically, I mean, they needed a better game than that. So unfortunately, you can see them being an outside that top 10 position. For NIGMA, they're going to be outside of that zone, though, and unfortunately for him, Conqueror have found him. Hamodi will fall away, but Twisted Minds on the back end here for Conqueror may look to have their own capitalization of a fight. It's an 8, do go wide, the only one as well. Do spy out a rogue NASR member, Batika. Caught away, NASR as well with Fallout is the only one trying their best inside the north and inside of this zone to keep them up, keep them inside that top 10 too.
The only one they have in the circle, right? And they have the high outground, just seeing Ragnarok, but he's able to win his shots, landing them and getting that initial knock onto him. So that's going to be the opening they need, right? Twisted Minds can now come over on that western side up the hill and overtake the position of the only one, as we now see everyone dropping like flies out of the lobby, and we've got 4 teams left.
Yeah, Freak down to the healing, down on the south, and NIGMA, of course, powered down to 1, but they are inside of the zone. You only want to get themselves back up to the 2, but for them, they have to defend here what is still 3 members of Twisted Minds. They are fighting the blue. They still need to come in, and this is where Twisted Minds really need to be capitalized on by the only one, because if they get in, they get a knock like that, Twisted Minds begin to push even harder, and suddenly, with the help of Dar, it's all over for the only one Esports, and Dar will steal away the top 3 position for POWR.
That was a great elimination, actually stolen away by POWR. Triple Esports, not Triple Esports, Twisted Minds now feeling the pain downhill, trying to go revive. Yeah, it's a 1-on-1, and 3 teams left alive, still Freak alive out in the blue.
This is the fight for the final game chicken dinner. But unfortunately for Dar, they didn't want to push down. Vigors was there, and Anas is back alive. And unfortunately, it's now the 2v1 for Dar once more. Freak still healing away. Will be a slow end, but a beautiful end for NIGMA Galaxy in their true fashion. As Dar, unfortunately, the time has come for Twisted Minds to push in. And for Dar, it's time to defend. It's time to rock up a miracle play because it's a 2v1 for them. Down to the final 2 they go. But can Dar secure and steal away this final chicken dinner, or will Twisted Minds be the ones to take the final game into their own hands? Dar sidestepping around, looking for the newer angle, trying to catch Twisted Minds off guard.
I mean, he's doing good. He went away from the rock, so they don't know exactly where that is. He has that millisecond amount of surprise as Twisted Mind Vigors is coming a little closer and trying to find him out.
And they get Vigors out, but we need a surprise, but it's too many bullets, too quick, and Twisted Minds spectacularly here, Monica, will steal away the final chicken dinner of the tournament. And Twisted Minds, surely enough, should with that win be able to put themselves inside that top 10. The question is, who else put themselves in that top 10, Monica, because that's what counts for the MEA Championship.
Yeah, it was, I remember before the match we highlighted, there's about a 13-point difference between Road to Glory, who was in 10th, and a couple of teams below them, so we shall have to see if that was enough to put them all the way up there. But Sanhok, last match, what a way to end the finals.
Look, Twisted Minds in that Sanhok match, still the positioning from them was so good to be able to get into that final position, be able to fight the zone, be able to take out Power, the only one when they had the zone in their hands. NIGMA too, getting that 14 points, but GEEKAY taking that 5 is going to be close to that third position also, Monica.
Oh, man, Enigma Galaxy is at 14. I how many points he needed, but I've been underwhelmed by this performance from GEEKAY, from seeing how they performed in the Super Weekend and just getting
Yes.
single-digit games time and time again in the finals.
Yeah, it almost feels like actually the R8 of last season, we kind of talked about of GEEKAY, right? Where they score so much, they get so many chicken dinners and all of that prize money in the Super Weekends, and then they come down into the finals, and it just doesn't work for them. And I mean, speaking of R8, also down there in that ninth position, Monica, in you can talk all we like about some of these other teams, but I think the big one that really hits me is actually the rest of SKYROCKET Major Pro, especially a 0 point game for them. And for Major, I think a disappointing end for them in the tournament, considering that they had what looked like a promising last game there in Miramar.
It was also YALLA that, you don't know what kind of YALLA you'll get
Yeah.
going into a certain day, and I guess every single day this weekend just wasn't really great for them,
Mm.
especially today. I don't even think they hit the 10-point mark in these last 6 matches.
Yeah, I mean, we know Yalla, when they're capable of winning tournaments, they can be in that top position. They have won tournaments in the past, but this was just not their finals. That is for certain, Monica. And they're going to have to come in onto not even the MEA championships, but onto whatever their next tournament will be in a entirely new style. And I'm sure they will be looking at new strategies. But for unlike Yalla, those who did perform well enough to get into that top spot, we gotta reveal them now. Monica, who will it be?
I mean, the suspense is killing me, Island Wolf, but we have the Falcons as our champions of PMPL Arabia. I mean, for a team that didn't even qualify into the first Super Weekend to come crawling back from the ashes and be able to be the champions in the finals, what a journey it has been.
And for Falcons, they've overcome the hurdles of not being good enough in the recent seasons, of not being the team that we saw them to be in the 2021 seasons, Monica. Well, they crushed that idea and that ideology. They then moved through onto Erangel. They've dominated through what was their comfortable map and also in through their non-comfortabilities of Miramar and Sanhok. It's been such a consistent final from Falcons. And I think also a very worthy representative to now come into what will be the PMWI later in such a fashion as we check out those overall standings once more, though, Monica, to see who is all in that top 10 position. Falcons, of course, in first. R8 there in second with GEEKAY in that third position. NIGMA, not quite enough. 1 point away from that third space.
You know what's crazy? If Nigma Galaxy, if Freak had been able to outlive Power in that last match,
Mhm.
that would have been, he got 10 points in placement points. He would have gotten 12, an additional 2 points. They
Mm.
would have jumped up into third place over GK. Of course, we can say, you can't single out a single game like that, but they just needed to do just slightly better across all of these games in the finals to be able to be, higher than fourth place.
And for Dar and Power, that was enough though to get them into that fifth position. Conqueror there in sixth. OOREDOO sliding, but still maintaining that top 8 position in seventh. In 4K, the rise from 16th to 8th position today. Monica, what a climb!
What I really want to see though is the second half as we see Twisted Minds. They did do it. They went from all the way down in 12th place, not in the regional final, to just get that last chicken dinner, jump up over Road to Glory, who did not, who went out first in that Sanhok match, just able to secure that last spot into regional finals. So, I mean, that was to the absolute sadness, misery of Road to Glory, but we have our top 10 in regional finals.
Yeah, a few of them slipped here. I mean, of course, Road to Glory, SKYROCKET stumbling to today, falling down outside of that top 10, but still a formidable performance by all, not just our top 10, but our top 16 teams, of course, even the likes of YALLA down at the bottom to get into the finals, to at least give us the finals that we, I think, Monica, have enjoyed so much to be able to watch these last 3 days.
Yeah, this was my first time with this region, and I am pleasantly surprised by the talent and the aggression and just the IQ of these teams. I definitely learned a lot, and I really enjoyed this entire season of PMPL in Arabia.
And what a season it has been. To believe, Monica, that it's been all done and dusted now. 4 weeks of competition we've had. The Falcons are our next champion, and they and NIGMA will have to see how they will do in the PMWI and all our 10 representatives in the MEA championships later this year. But that is all, alas, from myself, Monica, and Imperium, and of course, Mr. Fox, who has been beside me this entire time. Monica, don't forget him, because we'll be back with you whenever that is shortly. I hope so, and we will see you soon. Have a good day, everyone.